see that they have come to different conclusions. They are, in fact, diametrically different awards when it comes to the relief granted. The second question is going to be, which is the correct award as far as you are concerned? Now, it's going to be a very embarrassing outcome if the majority of you vote in favor of the machine's award. There will be 6 very upset panelists. But we're going to be talking about ethics and integrity in arbitrations later this morning. Please preserve the high ethics and integrity. Make sure you're voting for the one that you believe is the correct award, irrespective of which it is. The next question that you're going to be asked to respond to is, in your view, could the result have gone either way? Is it one of those matters in which ultimately you can't truly say what the result should have been? It could have gone either way. Yes or no? Last night, the University of Pretoria gave us a very, I think, alarming discussion about the future of AI and arbitration, in the course of which they tried to reassure us by saying that the machine lacks the human touch. Be that as it may, if you think of your clients and you said to your clients, you have an option. You can put the case out in writing on either side, make your written submissions. We will feed it into the machine. It will cost almost nothing. And you will get a result which is the best that the machine can give you. Or you can pay 10 times that amount or 100 times that amount and get an award with the human touch. Tell me what your business clients are going to say. And so the fourth question is, do considerations of speed and costs override the human touch? You will please answer those questions by telephonic vote. We will be evaluating the answers and giving you the election result at the concluding session tomorrow. And it is, I may tell you, a unique experiment. It is the first time that an informed audience has been faced with this blunt choice between man and the machine. And so it is imperative, please, that you read those 2 awards, make up your mind, answer the 4 questions. Can I go on to less demanding and perhaps more immediately pleasurable news? There is a wonderful prize that has been provided to us and to you by Fireblade Aviation. And ongoing is a prize draw. And we're going to announce the winner of the draw at the banquet this evening. Now, Fireblade Aviation, who is a sponsor of ours, is running the competition, and the prize could put you in line to win a 5-star helicopter experience for 2 at Fireblade Aviation's private aviation facility, where you'll be treated to welcome cocktails, a heli picnic, and a flyover of Johannesburg, Sandton and Hartbeespoort. You will also be treated to an exclusive fine dining experience presented by chefs trained by Jan Hendrik van der Westhuizen, one of the first South African chefs to earn a Michelin star. We'll be drawing the prize, announcing the prize at the gala dinner. You have to meet 2 qualifications. You have to have entered and won, and then you have to be at the banquet this evening to receive the prize. So please, this morning, do make sure you have entered into the competition. It's all electronic and telephonic and all that sort of thing, and it's easy enough to do. And that brings me to the banquet this evening, the gala dinner. Where is it going to be? It is going to be exactly where we are here. That is why during the afternoon there will be no sessions in this main hall. There will be breakaway sessions in B and C. The last of the announcements I must make is that all the photographs and the events of yesterday are on the JAW website. So you can access all the photographs there, and you can access all the news of our proceedings, and so it will be each day as the JAW week proceeds. Today we are going to be, I hope, more punctual, although it was a worthwhile experience, even though it was a long day. But today we start with the first of the plenary sessions, and that, of course, is hosted by Pins and Masons. And I'm going to ask Teti, the moderator of the session, to come and replace me and to please commence with the first session of the day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Teti Mokele. I am a senior associate at Pins and Masons. I work here at the Johannesburg office in the Construction Advisory and Disputes team. I'm very pleased to chair and moderate this morning's first session on arbitration as an enabler for the African energy transition. We have a very exciting panel discussion that we are going to be unpacking for you guys, and I'm just going to ask my panel members to come up on stage. As they come up, I'll just give you guys a brief rundown of what we will be covering. We will be unpacking this very nebulous concept that is the energy transition. Our session aims to unpack it by placing it in an African context, identifying the factors that will make this transition a success, including the role of arbitration, which we think is key to the facilitation of that success. We'll do this by covering 3 main themes, very broadly, which will be the opportunities and challenges which the transition brings, the regulatory framework, current trends in procurement and legal issues arising, And in addition to that, we'll look at the sources of disputes and the new types of claim that we're now seeing as a result of this energy transition. Our session will be broken into 2 sessions. We're going to start with an introductory presentation by Dr. Wikus Kruger, who will be presenting on the African energy transition as a whole, which will then lead into the second part of the discussion where Tom and Emma will be joining him just to debate a few of those themes that I've highlighted. For those of you who don't know Wikus, he is the director of Power Futures Lab, a specialized unit at the University of Cape Town's Graduate School of Business, focusing on power sector investment, market reforms, regulation, and transitions. Wikus's research focuses on accelerating investment in African power and addressing energy poverty. He has more than 15 years' experience in the African energy sector, and he holds qualifications from the University of Cape Town, Antwerp University, and Stellenbosch University. Without more delay, I'm going to hand over to Wikus for the first part.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me here. I am very happy to be in Johannesburg, even though I come from a cold Cape Town at the moment. It's much nicer to be here. I am going to be speaking briefly about the energy transition, as you just heard. And the first thing I wanted to flag is to try and find an example that might help explain what the transition is and why it is so important. And so the energy transition is not the first time that technology has disrupted markets and how we do things. And I have a picture up there of Fifth Avenue in New York City. What you can see there is a bunch of horse-drawn carriages, and in the red circle is the only vehicle that does not have a horse in front of it, right? That's Fifth Avenue in the year 1900. If we go ahead 13 years, it's the complete inverse. In that red circle is the only remaining horse-drawn carriage in that picture. So you can see that this is a massive change, right, in a very short time. And that's similar to what's happening in the energy sector. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Historically, when we talk about power, most of the power generation happened through a mix of fossil fuels, nuclear and hydro. These are technologies that work in a very specific way. They're dispatchable. They're quite predictable. They have a very specific economic logic behind them. But we are now in a new era, an era where the majority of new investment is going into variable renewable resources like solar and wind, obviously driven by imperatives such as climate change, but also increasingly just by economics. It is cheaper to build solar and wind than it is to do almost anything else at the moment. And I think people that have installed solar on their own houses to deal with load shedding can talk about some of the experiences, right, in this technology's costs coming down dramatically over the past few years. And that's going to continue, and that is going to shape the way that the energy transition unfolds. And it is a very different type of technological era for the power sector than what's gone before. But in Africa, it looks quite different. And the main reason for that is in sub-Saharan Africa, we just simply do not have enough power. It is not that we are transitioning from an era of abundant coal and nuclear and other resources to one where it's being displaced by renewables. It is a context where most people on the continent still do not have access to electricity, and where power systems are fundamentally underinvested in. And so for Africa, the transition is really a transition from very little to a transition into an abundant future. And it is a very different story than it has been in most other parts of the world. You can see in this picture that the kind of mismatch between Africa's population size and installed generation capacity. Of that 140 gigawatts, about half of that sits in South Africa, and then if you combine 13 other countries, The top 13 that counts for about 90%. So that means that the remaining systems are really, really small. 25 countries have systems smaller than 500 megawatts. 14 countries, systems smaller than 100 megawatts. That just means very limited economies of scale. It's impossible to grow an economy in this way. It's impossible to really drive socioeconomic development in this way. And it's a tragedy because there are so many untapped energy resources on the continent. Another way of looking at this is just by comparing installed on-grid capacity, mainly big power stations, with what people have installed in terms of generators, right? And if we combine those generators, which is the dark blue line you see on this graph, it is clear that almost every sub-Saharan African country has much more installed generator capacity than it has in terms of grid-connected utility-scale projects. These are incredibly expensive, very inefficient. It is adding to the cost of running, doing business in these economies and just very inefficient economies. And it's something that needs to be solved very quickly. So if that's not bad enough, let me just give you one or two other graphs. This shows utility transmission and distribution losses, basically power that gets lost along the lines. Part of that is technical losses, but also another part of this is what we call commercial losses. These are just basically theft. And you can see that on average, about 23% of the power that is generated, many times in these really small systems, do not reach end consumers, right? So they just do not get paid for. In some countries, it's about half of whatever is generated that does not reach consumers. One other thing where this plays out is the utilities in Africa just simply do not have money to build new power stations or even to do maintenance. So there's only 3 countries that have financially viable utilities. Seychelles, Namibia, and Uganda, all 3 of these countries have what we call cost-reflective tariffs. The purple bar in those graphs represents operating expenses, mostly fuel, but also some other maintenance expenses. The green represents CapEx, capital expenditure, and then the red diamonds represent cash collected, average cash collected. And you can see that in most African countries, the average cash collected does not even cover the fuel that these utilities need to buy to power. And so they are losing money on every kilowatt hour that's being sold. And so the reality is that most utilities are bankrupt, highly dependent on the state to continue bailing them out. States are often also in very difficult financial positions. And so this is a very, very difficult position also for people, investors, to come into and sell to these utilities. Okay, so that's not a great story, but I think it's useful and important to understand some of the background. That being said, and referring to this kind of first slide I showed, this distributed generation is multiplying, right? We are seeing a change in the way that the system is set up. And South Africa I'm using here as a case study. So 2011, you can see almost all our power stations kind of sitting in the Mpumalanga coal belt. You've got Koeberg and close to Cape Town. But that's the way that our system was configured. And in the space of 6 years, we built thousands of megawatts of new wind and solar installations all along the coasts in the Northern Cape where we have really good resources. And that's completely changing the way that the power system is being set up. And this is only utility scale projects. If we look at import data, so South African imports of solar panels, lithium-ion batteries, and inverters, you can see that the past 2 years have seen phenomenal growth. We have imported more than $3.8 billion worth of solar panels, inverters, and batteries, and these are mostly going towards commercial industrial projects, rooftop solar, and it's a massively growing market. The other graph that you see next to it, which is power generation capacity registered with the regulator NERSA, these are mainly projects that are selling to commercial off-takers, companies like Mines and Sasol that are buying power, wheeling it across the grid, paying Eskom a fee, a wheeling fee to sell that power, and then buying from Eskom. And you can again see that there's been a massive growth since 2022, when there were some important regulatory changes announced which exempted companies from having to spend money on, or actually going through a licensing process. And so now they don't need to get a license, they only need to register, and you can see how quickly that's sped up the whole process. And so basically we're moving from a system where consumers used to be passive users of energy to a system where we're going to see much more meshed networks, peer-to-peer trading, where the actual wires and configuration of the system is changing very, very quickly. There's a number of other key regulatory changes and also policy and finance spaces that I wanted to talk through. So there are significant power sector reforms underway in countries like South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and others, where we are seeing unbundling, we're seeing peer-to-peer trading. We're seeing increased private sector participation, not only in the generation side, but also increasingly on potentially transmission. We're also seeing tariff restructuring to try and deal with some of the impacts that is happening, and that is really important to keep the utilities whole. And then on the other hand, we're seeing an increased focus on regional power markets. So, like the Southern African Power Pool, but we also have power pools in East Africa and West Africa. These power pools are seen as potential avenues to get investors comfortable with some of the risks of these utilities and allow them to sell into a regional market where they have the ability to through portfolio or other trading arrangements, offset some of these risks. From a finance perspective, some important trends to take note of. There is a limited window of opportunity, I think, to finance, for example, gas. And big reason for that is most of the funding coming into the sector is coming from development finance institutions, mostly from the West. And so they are increasingly trying to get away from fossil fuel investment. But there is still some investment flowing into this sector. There is increased pressure to finance projects in local currencies because of massive depreciation in the region, and that makes power really expensive when you have a 20-year contract and your currency depreciates over that 20-year period. African development finance institutions are becoming more active, especially providing financial and risk products and other risk mitigation measures. And then climate finance, I think, is starting to trickle into this space, but not enough. We are not nearly seeing enough finance flowing from the kind of global north in terms of the commitments that have been made. And then finally, transmission is the big news story for not only South Africa, but the rest of the region. To enable this transition is going to require massive investment in the transmission system. And we're not seeing nearly enough money flowing into that area, and so that is the next investment area. Just going into a little bit more detail about what are some of these regulatory and policy changes, I want to show you what South Africa's story looks like, right? So we are coming from an old model, which is what Eskom called divisionalization, right? So you had under Eskom Holdings, you had generation, then you had the system operator and transmission as also under Eskom Holdings, and you had distribution through Eskom or distribution happening through municipalities. This year, we have now set up a national transmission company, which is housing still the system operator function. It also will house the buyer function, the market operator function, and the transmission function. But it still remains under Eskom Holdings. And it's, for those of you that have been tracking the South African story of experienced load shedding, you will understand how problematic that is and how much conflict of interest there still is within this kind of arrangement. And so what we are moving towards is a system where this independent transmission system and market operator will still be fully publicly owned, but it will have its own board. It's not going to be under Eskom Holdings, and it will be able to buy new power and trade on a least cost basis, on a fair and transparent basis. And that's where we're moving towards. We're also moving to a multi-market model where IPPs, independent power projects, can sell directly to municipalities, to industrial and commercial consumers, and that's already happening. And so this is increasingly going to be the day, the kind of move in the South African region and increasingly also in neighboring markets. So what are some of the big transition opportunities and challenges that are being presented? Well, one thing is that most of the minerals that are important for the transition sits in Africa. And so it's really important that the African countries, citizens, are able to take advantage of this and make sure that we are not seeing colonialism 2.0, but we really are able to use these mineral wealth to accelerate the transition and ensure that it serves the benefit of the region. The other is that most investment into the sector is not coming from the public sector, it's coming from IPP, so private sector, and also from China, although that has decreased over the past few years. China seems to be pulling back from the continent quite a bit. And so increasingly, these are the kind of agencies and the actors that African utilities and governments need to be able to engage with. One more trend is that most projects in the continent that have reached financial close of the past 13 years have been based on renewable energy. And that's in terms of the number of IPPs. If we look at the scale of projects, it's still that large scale, for example, gas projects get quite a lot of investment, but they're much slower to develop and get to financial close. And so this trend towards renewables is going to continue. And then just finally, just some contributing elements that I think sets the stage for the rest of the discussion. So what are the factors that enable this investment, especially from IPPs into countries? This is based on about 10 years worth of research we've done. And it probably won't be surprising to anyone. So at a country level, investors want to see a stable investment environment, whether it's politically, economically. They need to have a very clear policy and legal framework that says that private investment is possible, that that contracts will be enforced. There needs to be transparent and credible regulatory oversight. So decisions on licensing, on tariffs, need to be based on a clear methodology that is applied consistently. Power system planning and then translating these plans into competitive procurement practices have been one of the key elements, one of the biggest elements in attracting significant volumes and sustaining this investment. And that kind of nexus, I think, is an area that we are pushing a lot of work towards. And then at the project level, you want to have well-structured debt and equity, investors that understand the risks in the sector and are able to manage those. You want to make sure that the revenue stream for your projects are secure, and so for that, you need to have an off-taker utility that's bankable, contracts that are strong, that are enforceable, and that where there is a need for security and other measures, that those are in place. Things like MEGA or sovereign guarantees or letters of credit. And finally, the project just needs to perform well, and you need to have a good relationship within the country. So these factors all contribute to sustained investment in this space. And so finally, I just want to leave you with this thought that this is an incredible opportunity for the continent, but we need really visionary leadership to enable this transition. And I think arbitration plays a really important role in enabling this investment into their sector. And I look forward to the rest of the discussion and unpacking some of these. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wikus. We're now going to move on to the second part of our session, and joining Wikus for the discussion that we're about to have are my two colleagues, Thomas King. Thomas is a partner in our Johannesburg office. He's also in the construction advisory and disputes team. Tom advises developer and contractor clients across the life cycle of major projects in the energy, construction, and infrastructure sectors. Also joining us is Emma Roberts. Emma is also a partner in our Johannesburg office in the projects team. Emma acts for both the public and private sector in infrastructure development and power projects. Her areas of speciality extend to the regulatory framework governing the electricity sector in South Africa, offtake agreements, construction, IPP procurement, and it includes advising on greenfield and brownfield project finance power projects. So let's get into it, Emma. Ladies first. Vikas mentioned as part of his presentation, which was quite interesting. I mean, just in those first few slides, when you look at the ratio between the population in Africa and the access to energy supply systems. But he said in order for this transition to continue to develop and for it to continue to be enabled, there is a strong regulatory and policy framework which is required. Can you take us through some of those policy and procurement frameworks that you're seeing on the ground?
So I think when we look at policy and regulatory reform, we need to consider what the drivers are behind that. So building on what Vikas already spoke about is obviously South Africa's need to transition to a low-carbon economy, also to address and restore energy supply and security, as well as seeking to support the overall establishment of the competitive multi-market and unbundling of Eskom. So if we look at some examples of policies and recent policies and regulatory reform coming out from that, is obviously we have the Integrated Resource Plan, the existing one being the 2019 IRP and the draft IRP 2023 that's in circulation, which seeks to exactly foster the procurement of new generation capacity from a renewable perspective. In looking at addressing energy security, there's obviously been a step from government side towards incentivizing private sector procurement of energy and investment. The most recent and probably impactful change we saw was the licensing exemption that came through a couple of years ago, where projects no longer need to be licensed but can just apply to be registered. As a direct result of that, we've seen substantial increase in the private sector establishment of power projects. I mean, on a year-to-year basis, we're closing in excess of sort of 3 deals on utility scale projects. And then just generally the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill that is seeking to put in place the framework that Vikas was talking about, creating what we would call a hybrid market system. So there would be 3 different ways that wholesale energy would be traded. So that would be your regulated PPAs, that would be with the Central Purchasing Agency and directly with municipalities and government. The establishment of a trading platform, so looking to create a day-ahead trading platform, so liberalization of the market, as well as then direct supply agreements, and that really facilitates the introduction of traders and aggregators into the market. And then the support on Eskom unbundling, so that would be the creation of the NTCSA, and I think if I'm not mistaken, the Eskom merge implementation agreement actually went unconditional yesterday. So it's really just now the regulatory approvals before the NTCSA and you know, Eskom's operations and transmission functions move across into this new entity. You know, sort of looking at what Vikas said, that's really a 5-year look ahead. So the NTCSA is intended to be an interim company sitting underneath, well, Eskom being the sole shareholder would be a 5-year process, and thereafter it should hopefully be an independent entity.
Thanks, Emma. And then Tom, I suppose with this change in the landscape, especially from a regulatory perspective, comes different types of claims and disputes that are arising. Can you tell us a little bit more about those?
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, listening to Vikas and Emma this morning, it's clear that there's many types of projects which you can notionally associate with the energy transition. You have the generation asset, transmission distribution lines, carbon capture products, battery storage, electric vehicles, the list goes on. So you can see how claims and disputes can arise in a myriad of different ways. But if for present purposes we kind of focus on the generation asset, then typically in my experience, my recent experience with renewables projects, those claims and disputes tend to be driven by a combination of market and technological factors. When you look at the market factors, I agree with Emma, the most significant one that I see in practice affecting day-to-day construction and leading into disputes is that interface with the state utility. If we use Eskom as an example in South Africa, often it's a requirement that they provide consents and approvals to designs at various stages, and perhaps they're not provided on time or in accordance with the programme. There can be additional works, which Eskom requires in order to connect that generation asset into the transmission and distribution network. And all of that can cause delay and additional cost, which, whilst the PPAs generally allow for time relief, don't cover cost, and that can create friction at PPA and EPC level. And as Eskom continues to this process of unbundling, you can see how those interface issues can become more complex. Other kind of prevalent market factors which have historically given rise to disputes, and I think will continue to do so, are procurement and environmental challenges. I mean, these aren't the sorts of things that are typically resolved by arbitration, but they're important because they can stifle these projects from the outset. So I'm talking about things like, from a public perspective, competitive bidder challenges from disgruntled competitors, environmental and land use challenges by individuals and government or private sector MPO, environmental MPOs. And with the sorts of regulation that Emma's mentioned to kind of bring these or to update this framework nationally, you'll see more challenges, I think, in accordance with those sorts of regulations. And then maybe just one final one on a market side. It's a particularity of our investment or of our framework in South Africa that the local labour force and community unrest can lead to disruption. Often it's the case that renewables projects are comparatively quicker to develop, they use less labour, they're managed by overseas companies who have that international experience, and so communities can see that as a threat to job risk, which then gives rise to potential for strikes, lockouts, violence, property damage, and they tend to find their ways into the projects through significant force majeure type claims, and I think they'll also become more prevalent.
So that's a lot of market factors that you've gone through. Are there any technical factors that might affect that?
Yes, sorry, I got a bit sidetracked there. When you look at technological factors, I'm talking about the performance of the plant itself, and typically in my experience with renewables projects in the local market is that plant performance is the single largest cause of dispute. That manifests through delays to commercial operation and the achievement of performance guarantees. You see debates around fitness for purpose, design life, ongoing defect liability. And those sorts of disputes can be very difficult to unravel and often find themselves in arbitration. As technology continues to develop, as state-of-the-art technology continues to develop, those sorts of issues will become more common. And we can learn lessons, for example, from the UK, where I've seen in personal experience how new technology can cause problems on projects, and even regulators and industry bodies who set standards get that wrong. You see a string of cases, for example, covering wind turbine foundations, blade edges, biomass production facilities. All of that have been subject to lengthy litigation in the UK, and I think as technology develops, you'll see more and more of those sorts of issues. But I think, interestingly, we'll also start to see more green construction type problems. And what I mean by that is it's not enough now that you just build a solar plant. You must do that in a green way, in an environmentally sustainable way. The World Green Council, for example, estimates that 39% of carbon emissions comes from the built environment. The National Building Initiative report from last year in South Africa estimates that around 285 billion rand of investment is required to decarbonise that sector by 2050. So you can see how more laws and regulation will come in around that, which will require increasingly stringent standards, including not just general built assets, but green assets too. And we also see that playing out in standard form contracts, the common ones like FIDIC and NEC, for example, which are starting to embed green drafting within their provisions. I mean, I could talk at length there, but I think that those are the sorts of issues which I see now and expect to see more of as we go forward.
Thanks, Tom. Vickers, back to you. You highlighted the importance of a sound legal framework and sound procurement practices as a key attraction for investment as part of this energy transition. What are the trends that your research is showing around those issues?
Thank you. I mean, I think it's important to understand why this is so important. All IPPs, or at least 98% of the IPPs, that do end up being built on the continent are project finance. And that's a very specific type of project finance or financing methodology with a very specific logic that is all about risk allocation, because liability stays within this kind of project company that is meant to build the wind farm or the gas project. And so for that to be acceptable to lenders and equity providers that provide the capital, they need to be fully comfortable that over the length of this project, which is often 20, 25 years, they have certainty that, for example, the contract that they've signed is going to be enforced, because that's the only protection that this project has. And so what we've seen is a continued kind of push from investors for international arbitration seats, especially in new markets where projects are being signed. But there are countries that are pushing back against it. South Africa, for example, as far as I know, none of the PPAs we've signed in South Africa have international arbitration. Most arbitration happens here. And we've also seen other countries in the region use South Africa as arbitration seat for some of their disputes. And the reason for that, I think, is not that companies are necessarily, or investors are saying, like, we don't trust your legal system. It might just be that we don't know your legal system. And we need to have more experience with it. And until such a time, we are going to be using an international arbitration seat to get comfortable. And that happens, right? And so we have seen markets where there has been kind of growing appetite from international investors to start using the local system as they become more used to the kind of legal framework. But I think the arbitration, the seat of arbitration, and the actual contractual validity is really important. Otherwise, the investors are just never going to come into the continent. And unfortunately, we don't have the kind of depth of capital markets in the continent to actually fund all of the new infrastructure we need to manage this transition. So it's really important to keep on attracting these investors.
Thanks, Vikas. And Emma, as the person who would then be responsible for drafting these PPAs, do you think enough time is spent developing and working around the dispute resolution clauses, particularly with reference to what Vikas has just said? International investors are looking for certainty when it comes to these dispute resolution clauses and, you know, the seats, governing law, all of those kinds of provisions.
So I think the first thing is that a well-drafted PPA would have layered dispute resolution provisions. So something we would really want to have a look at there is obviously ensuring that there is fast-track dispute resolution for very particular types of disputes. Disputes of a pure technical nature or pure financial nature that are capable of being adjudicated on by an independent expert. And then another layer then would be obviously arbitration. So our PPAs stay away from courts. Courts as a primary form of dispute resolution. And then arbitration, when we look at our provisions in the PPA around arbitration, they're very much what Vikas spoke to already, is focusing on correctly applying the right rules that achieve the purpose of the parties. So both the seller and the buyer are incentivized to have a dispute resolution mechanism that has the correct adjudicator, so the right experience or the ability to call on expert determination, that has a timeous resolution of disputes. It's not something that's been dragged out for years going forward. And tied to that, obviously, we would typically have final and binding, determinations for that reason. And tying into what Vikas said about it being a project finance transaction, any dispute that delays payment or resolution of a claim that you pass through down to the EPC contractor is something that potentially affects the ability to achieve close, so to actually implement your project, and the ability to receive cash. So it has a cash flow implication. So it's a critical clause from that perspective. Do I think enough time goes into negotiating those clauses? While it's certainly a focus point, I think it's something that, as we're seeing more and more claims coming up through, the private sector development of projects and how these interface with, pushing down into the EPC claims, is probably an area that we need to focus more on in drafting those contracts.
Thanks, Emma. And Tom, just from an implementation perspective of these dispute resolution clauses, what are your thoughts on the role of arbitration governing the project? Do you think that arbitration is the most effective way to deal with these disputes that are arising as part of the transition?
And in short, yes. I mean, all of the issues that I spoke about earlier, perhaps with the exception of the procurement and environmental challenges, will likely be subject to arbitration for the reasons that Emma has talked about, because certainly all of the PPAs and EPC contracts that I've seen in the local market have arbitration as the final form dispute resolution. And that's not unusual internationally either, because that reflects my international practice. So arbitration is key, and I think it's chosen for the kind of normal reasons. It was interesting to hear Vikas talk about kind of the investor perspective and the protection element that arbitration offers. But from a practical point of view, I think parties like to know that they can choose an arbitrator or have one nominated with technical subject matter experience. I think it's important that arbitration keeps the matter confidential. Parties don't have to wash their dirty laundry in public. Local court systems can be perceived to be an inefficient way to resolve those disputes. There are stories of lengthy court processes which can protract an outcome, and so parties do go for that perceived security of arbitration, particularly where that's backed up by a host state which is a signatory to the convention. Do I think it's best or the best forum? Yes, I think so, because look, parties choose it, so that tells you something. It's a consistent choice. It's not imposed on them.
Yeah.
And it's also preferred by the practitioners who advise those parties. And I saw the SOAS survey a couple of years ago, and most of the respondents to that survey said that they preferred arbitration as the final dispute resolution forum for energy and infrastructure disputes. So that tells you a story. There is the capability and experience locally also to deal with those disputes. That picture becomes a bit more inconsistent across the continent, but that's a capacity building issue, and that will get better as jurisdictions upskill their practitioners to international standards, and I heard Des talking about that yesterday as an aim of one of the aims of the Charter. But I think most importantly, in my experience, arbitration does effectively resolve these issues. It provides a final and binding outcome, as Emma said, but often on these sorts of projects, there are a myriad of interwoven issues, and it can be the case, and I've seen it be the case, that the resolution of one of those technical issues can then unlock an otherwise intransigent impasse between the parties, and that can unlock a potential settlement. And most of the renewables projects that I've been involved in that have resulted in satisfactory commercial outcomes have generally been preceded by at least one arbitration. So I think arbitration is both necessary and efficient in the resolution of energy sector disputes, and I think it will become increasingly so and retain that level of prominence as the energy transition continues.
Thanks, Tom. We're conscious of the fact that we started a little bit late, so I think we've tried to just fast track our discussion a little bit, but I think maybe we have time for just one more question to you, Vikas. Just in closing and in wrapping, what does the research point to the factors that will contribute to the success of this energy transition going forward?
Thank you. I mean, I don't want to rehash the factors that I had up there, this country and project level factors. What I think it might be useful is, so when we teach project finance at the business school, we tell the class, like, part of being successful in this is it's almost it's having empathy, like it's being able to understand the legal perspective, it's being able to understand the engineering perspective, the financial perspective, and it's also being able to understand the off-taker's perspective, the lender's perspective, the equipment suppliers, and so finding a suitable kind of sweet spot between all of these different parties and having the ability to put yourself in their shoes is really important to get projects done and get them across the line. And that requires skills, right? It requires a specific kind of skill set that in many cases hinges on this kind of legal framework that we spoke about. And in many cases, as Tom was saying, the kind of arbitration aspect of this, I think, is key. It's an aspect that's often not fully understood. We've seen places like Egypt, for example, struggling to build new projects for years because of disputes about where arbitration should be sitting. Similarly in Ethiopia. And as the energy transition unfolds, we're going to see much more disputes because these projects are going to be located in contested areas where land rights are not certain, right? Where there's contestation around transmission lines being built, etc. And so I think it's really important that the kind of legal underpinning of these projects is solid and ensures that investors come back to a country again and again so that they don't get burned.
Thanks, Vikas. And thank you all for participating in this discussion through your engaging with us and taking in what we've said. We trust it's been informative, we trust it's been interesting, and the panel will be available after the session if you want to take up any points with them directly. And if you found this session interesting as well, we have a further spin-off session later in the afternoon on arbitration and mining in Africa at 3 o'clock. So please join us for that. But from the panel and myself, thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a very interesting presentation. And can I now, for those who were latecomers this morning, repeat 2 announcements. Take your pens and write, otherwise you're going to be asking throughout the day, what are the questions that you have to answer? The first one is, which award did the humans write? The second question is, which was the correct award? The third is, could the result have gone either way? And the fourth is, do considerations of speed and costs override the human touch? Voting is open. You are casting your vote, as I have said, in a unique election, the results of which will reverberate through the arbitration world. The other matter that I want to draw to your attention again is this lovely prize offered by Fireblade. Please ensure that you have entered into the prize competition by putting your name there and by being present at the gala dinner this evening. And finally, we have come to our first of the breakaway sessions. And the 3 hosts of the breakaway sessions, KPMG, Allen & Overy, Weber Wenzel, are housed in their separate venue rooms. If you exit you will find on the other side of the passage 3 venue rooms marked either 1, 2, and 3, or A, B, and C. Would you please bear in mind, it's just decisions today. Bear in mind that venue A, or breakaway 1, is KPMG, who will be presenting technology into the future. If you go to venue B or venue 2, you will find Allen and Overy, the future of investment protection in the SADC region. And if you go to breakaway 3 or venue C, you will find Weber Wenzel on international treaty arbitration, ISDS, and associated reforms. So just one decision after another. Please make that decision now. They're waiting for you in breakaway rooms 1, 2, and 3, or if you prefer, A, B, and C. Thank you.
Announcement.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the University of Pretoria did a pretty good job of scaring the fraternity and the community yesterday afternoon. We will try to go softer this morning. Hopefully we'll do a good job and be a credit to your presence. It was quite insightful, that last bit last night with UP giving the presentation, and you'll recall they were talking about a large language model, which was part of the ChatGPT model that they used to generate the award that you will be reading through today. If you want to see how that works in the real world, out at the KPMG table, there's a computer set up. We put one on top of Justice Zondo's report, and you can go and interrogate it. You can ask it questions like leading a witness or in cross-examining a witness, and have fun with it, and tell us what you think of that. This morning, though, there we are. So we want to take a further look into the question how technology, and specifically artificial intelligence and different universes, may have an impact on the arbitration or the dispute resolution environment. You will see we have no panel. We only have two presenters. I'll introduce them and the avatar standing over there in due course. But we would like to have it interactive. I'll give a short introduction as to where we come from with this session. And then we will use a few scenarios, hopefully live in a different universe. In this case, we'll use the metaverse. And from there, hopefully we can start generating questions and contribution from your part. You are really our panel this morning. And we'll appreciate the input and the insights and the questions. And I think at the end, we'll probably have more questions than answers. This is one of those sessions where we probably won't get answers. But if we are able to, at the end, generate some insight and critical questions, then I think we would have done the job that we set out to do. So, my name is Dion Friedman. I work for KPMG. I head up the forensic business at KPMG. My co-presenter is Rupesh Vashist. For his sins, he head up the cyber response business at our firm. I know nothing of technology. He knows everything about technology. And then the avatar this morning is Aureo. She stands over there to your left. And hopefully she'll be able to, we will, some of the scenarios we will demonstrate as it happens in the metaverse. And then we'll generate the scenario that we want to discuss. So hopefully it's fairly practical and helpful. But if we look at the evolution of the internet, which was sort of leading into the creation of different universes, I think we had the static version, and then it became more dynamic. And as we move into what's called Web 3, we have different universes that are existing in there. We won't go into something like the onion router. That's a very different and a low-class universe. We'll stay out of today. But it also created the need for understanding how events are taking place in this different universe, and how do we interact between those universes. So the metaverse exists in terms of zeros and ones. Our world is determined by human beings, flesh and mind and soul. And how do we interact with those? So that's sort of part of the journey that we will try and take this morning. I just want to track back. The gaming industry as we stand today in The metaverse is considered to be something of an economy around $7 to $800 billion. Investment bankers are looking at alternative universes, specifically metaverse, and they will think that in 2030, that's going to be an $8 to $14 trillion economy. And that's all commercial, nothing to do with status, or very little to do with status. We'll see in one of the examples that we use today, a little bit of an element of status in the metaverse, but for the rest, it's pretty much commercial. And that's where the world is thinking from an economic perspective that different universes will develop to. There will be disputes, but how will they look like? And that's what we want to examine today. Some of the themes that's already sort of making an appearance in the metaverse, firstly, brand presence. A lot of companies in our universe are positioning themselves in the metaverse, particularly in the gaming environment, to make sure that their brands get exposure there. Then digital goods. You can buy a digital asset. First question coming up in the mind of all the lawyers, so how are we making a contract for that? How do we value it? How do we make sure that it exists? Those are the typical questions that eventually will find their way into a dispute. One of our examples will deal with digital goods. Marketplaces and payments. It's going to become a place where we can exchange value and exchange currencies, and the meta currency or the Musk dollar will probably come into existence at some point in time. And as you know, money always causes disputes and disagreements between people. This will happen place in the metaverse. There will be a value attributed to these currencies. They will be changing hands. We can trade with them. And our avatars will deal with each other. Collaboration, meeting spaces, this is pretty old hand, but also of importance when we say, right, let's assume a dispute does happen within the metaverse, which is not unfathomable and which is something which we say is quite possible. There is already a meeting place. We don't have to worry about that. Recruiting and training, that's fairly old hat in that environment. And then the last one I want to refer to is the digital twins, not to be confused with the heavenly twins. But nonetheless, called digital twins, although they're not twins. The one really happens in the real world. The other event or situation occurs in the metaverse. But typically what we find is the development of processes of environments in which different events and occurrences have to be interacting with each other, a typical system, product development that takes place there, and then they are tested, they are fine-tuned before they're actually built in the real world. But that's a value creation. There's IP that's sitting in that environment. Think of a fashion house doing a fashion show in the metaverse. You can go in there, you can buy a dress, you can fit it, you can adjust it, and then they press a button and it's printed by virtue of a 3D printer in Paris. And it's collected or delivered to you. If you start having a dispute about what happened in the arrangement around the dress, or the making of the dress, or the design of the dress, you will have a bot within the metaverse, probably one of these days, that will adjudicate that dispute. It will use the very technology that was talked about yesterday, large language modules, to interrogate the data that's collected within the metaverse. That will provide that set of data to the robot, and the robot will decide how that dispute falls out. That's how we think it might happen. I'm not going to talk too much about what can go wrong in the metaverse. There's quite a bit. I think one of the major aspects is around the data, because the data is what compiles the metaverse. and false data can quite easily be infused into that system, so you're not quite sure, am I in a real world or am I not in a real intended world? Some of the aspects around it, we say that the technology is moving, and it's moving at a rapid pace. I think when we listened to UP yesterday, there was a sense of shock that already we have this, and this can happen. So clearly the pace at which the technology is working or developing is quite rapid. When we speak to, when we do surveys and ask, what are some of the big threats in terms of different universes or metaverse? One of the questions coming up is the lack of regulation, because the regulation provides us with a matter of measure of confidence. We mentioned the bad guys have tactical advantage in the digital era, and again, it's for that very reason that the control or the redress or the policing will always be lagging behind, and there's still a measure of lack of transparency in the metaverse which causes problems. Legal systems being territorial, the megaverse probably creates a complete new territory, which, we try and manage legally from the outside in, but already on the inside, there are actions and events taking place which are far beyond the reach of territorial jurisdictions. And then lies, blatant lies, and everything else. It is so that you can infuse data into the construction of a different or a digital universe, which creates a different picture from what it was either intended or should be or is in reality. So on that score, I'm going to hand over to Rupesh, and we're going to start looking at some of the scenarios that we want to talk to. And please, we invite you to participate in this. Believe me, we don't know anything more about this than you do. And I think we want to explore this together and have your insights into what we show as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dion. I thought there is nothing more pure than data, but you said there are lies and more lies and blatant lies beyond data. So what we have done for this session is the next part of the session. We have looked at some of the disputes which are already happening in metaverse, and we tried to simulate some of the scenarios here for the purpose of today's discussion. We will play some scenarios, and then you are welcome to participate and share your opinion. As Dion said, we don't know anything more than you do. So we would like to have participation for you, and what do you think, whether it is a real dispute, who is the party to this dispute, what's the seat of the dispute, how the arbitration work. So we'll talk about some of those things. So we have 3 scenarios. We'll start with the first one, if we can switch to the first scenario. So what my colleague Oria is doing is, she is now in a virtual room, as you can see on the screen, and she wants to buy an art. She's looking for an art. She spent a lot of time in identifying the right art for her, and she's in this gallery, and she's looking for the right art. The visuals are not as clear as we wanted them to be. I think this is because of the internet connectivity here. Okay, so she's just looking at these arts, and she'll buy one art from this, which she has been following up passionately from last couple of months. Okay, you can pick the one area which you wanted. All right, cool. We can switch back to the presentation. If you can go to the next slide. All right, so here what Aurea has done, the character, the avatar here is someone called Gina. She just bought this art and she paid for this art through some savings which she invested in Bitcoins. In the last few years, she has been investing in Bitcoins, but she also converted some fiat currency to Bitcoin to purchase this art. When she bought the art, it was told to her as part of the contract that this is an exclusive art, and she is the only one who has got right for this art. But then later she realized that there is another person, at least one more person, who is in possession of the same art. Now, she is contemplating to raise a dispute, and she has come to this forum and asking for opinion whether there is a real dispute here. So my question to you, Diane, first, do you think it is a real dispute in the physical world and the traditional rules and regulations are good enough for Aurea to file a dispute?
Yeah, so in my take, when we look at Aurea was in the actual art dealership room in the metaverse where you could buy the pieces on the wall. The picture wasn't that clear, but there was a description of the art, and then there was a button that you can press, and you say, I'm going to buy this, and when you buy it, then of course, if you carry on with the scenario in the real world, then it put up a price, and you will agree to the price, and the deal is made. In this case, as the scenario plays out, that piece was already been sold. So there's clearly going to be a disagreement, or she's bought something which has already been sold. She would want to have her money back. Now, when we look at this particular scenario, the question is, with whom did she deal? That in itself is a business. It's an avatar that sits within the metaverse. We would not know, immediately who the person is, if there is actually a person and it's not a robot that's running the art shop, who that is. So you will have to go and have a dispute mechanism then within the metaverse. Luckily, in this environment, in this particular scenario, there wasn't other people involved as well, because that would have complicated, or could have complicated the scenario at this stage. But that's the opening question, and this is where we would like you to have your say, ask a question. There's roving microphones that you can call on Marilet and Byron to bring to you, and you can ask a question. I think the difficulty is that there's very little information that's available to us where we sit in the real universe, and we cannot actually understand what is going on in that particular, in the metaverse. The fact is, it is a computer program. So what happened there, the data of all that is being collected. So the data is available. So how do we collect that in the metaverse? How do we initiate a dispute in that environment? And how does it get resolved? I don't know, is there anybody who want to raise a question? Do you think there is a dispute?
Right.
So all questions come up. Is there a dispute?
We need a mic
What is
here.
going to be the process? What law will apply, if anything, to this?
Good morning. Thank you for this. It's exercising my mind quite a bit. Dispute, I believe that there is, because she was promised that she's got exclusive rights. So that would have probably been the motivation for her to actually buy the piece, especially if she's been pursuing it for so long. Contract, there was an offer to purchase, and she accepted, and subsequently there was a contract. Now I can't remember the other questions that were there.
If you can switch back to the presentation.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go one back.
And then the parties, Gina would be the one party and the seller. Now, you said you don't know whether she dealt with someone or she dealt with a robot. It's not known. And I'm not sure if she would know what recourse she would have except for the website and probably, I don't know how else she can go.
So she went into a virtual art dealership. It will have a name. And let's assume that that party is known. But it is a virtual party. She would not know if there's a human playing on the other side of that wall, or if it's a robot that is running the art dealership. Because the art dealership is static, and it responds to inputs that you give.
That complicates the matter a lot more, I think. And then in terms of the seat of arbitration and jurisdiction, I'm not so sure which it would be. There's usually terms and conditions if you're purchasing things online. So maybe it might be in the fine print, and then that may be one of the aspects of consideration for a seat of arbitration. But the question now would be, is there an arbitration agreement between the two of them? If the terms and conditions have an arbitration agreement, then yes, it would be the subject of arbitration. But if there isn't, then she may have to look to the courts, unless the other party is willing, whether it's a human or it's a bot, is willing to agree to arbitration, because subsequently an arbitration agreement can be entered by the parties where there's a dispute, if one hadn't been done previously.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd love to hear from
So a colleague of mine is sitting here somewhere, and he usually says, well, if we find a situation like this, we've got to go and look at the disclaimers. We're from audit firms, we always talk about disclaimers. And when you enter into the shop, or into the site, is there somewhere a disclaimer which has been recorded? But let's ask the question in this case. I mean, would an artificial environment like that actually be capable of hosting a dispute resolution mechanism? Is it possible that we can imagine that? Somebody put up a hand. I see there's an eminent lawyer here, Mr. Patrick Lane. I expect he will at some point in time ask the difficult question coming this way. Sorry, miss.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jackie Mwaganya. I'm actually very fascinated by this scenario. But I'm thinking that when your colleague went into the room, there must have been some terms and conditions that she spoke about. And we all usually just click, and we don't realize that we are entering into smart contracts. Because you have the option to opt out if you don't accept the terms and the conditions.
Yeah.
So my thinking is, presuming that there's a smart contract, you should be able to retrieve it, you should be able to read it, you should be able to find out with whom you're contracting. There's usually a corporation, a name, even if it's an artificial entity. And ultimately, I think the best way, probably if it is a hidden corporation or has a hidden identity, you could always use the IP address, and will enable you to zero in. Now, of course, if the art is just a couple of the $1,000 maybe, you might not want to get into the dispute resolution process because it will probably cost you so much more. By the time you identify the jurisdiction, you might find that it is all the way across the world, and also getting to identify whether it is there is a dispute resolution clause. There are so many options available. It could be an online, the ODR, the online dispute resolution. So there could be a whole cocktail or range of potential pathways with which to seek resolution. So of course, if the art is the Mona Lisa, then you are quite keen to find out who the parties are and what your contract and the terms and the conditions of the contract are, and particularly the arbitration or dispute resolution clause, as now we call them nowadays. So I think you'll have your work cut out, but I think we're getting into new spaces, and this is a really fascinating topic.
I think your approach is to tackle the problem from our universe into the metaverse. And it's going to be a costly exercise, and you're going to chase tails around it. If there was let's assume it's a dispute, because there's a fraud element here as well, but let's assume it's a dispute just for this point. If there was a mechanism within metaverse where Oreo can go back in as an avatar, lodge a complaint, because that's probably what she needs to do first, and have a robot decide it. I mean, it's an easy decision to make. The shop messed up, and they've got to repay what she's paid. So that's not the difficult part, it's the mechanism to get that done. With that, in my mind, seems to be a cheaper and a more effective outcome.
Okay, I watch the teenagers when they are getting on and having their dispute in the game, so you could challenge the other party to, if it's available, and also the payment could become an issue, because in some games I think you have to acquire coins or currency to be able to contract, so also that could be another interesting dimension as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, could I just add, and I'm a rookie at this, not as experienced as Jackie is. I think what is really posing incredible difficulties for us, and generally the legal system, is that we're used to an anthropocentric approach. And I like what you say, that we come from our world into a different world. So everything, including some of the factors that you cited earlier, the ability of the laws to keep up, is coming under incredible strain, including who a party is. So I don't have any answers for that, because it appears everything has been flipped on its head. I sat here when I was listening to the lady speaking, and I was asking Jackie, can artificial entities be considered as parties? And some of the moves we made, for example, in the world of corporations, when we created these abstract entities, but all along, there's a human being. And what we've seen here is like that human element now completely detached. And so what do we do with that? What do our parliaments, which are the nerve of law creating, and so forth? So I don't have any answers, and you say this will be more of a question session than an answer question, but thank you.
Thank you. Marilet, there's a question in the front here. So, I mean, the moment there's a fraud element present, you would think that that metaverse will immediately terminate the transaction, because it should not go further the moment that happened. But how does it happen? Does it happen with a lockout, and it locks out the shop? If it locks out the shop out of the operation of that universe, then what about all the other transactions that were done? What happens to them? Because the party actually just disappeared.
Yeah, I was also straining my brain trying to work out from a lawyer's perspective on how we normally deal with problems in the real universe, how one could translate that into the metaverse. And then I was thinking, if you have a mechanism, it doesn't have to be a contractually agreed mechanism, you have a mechanism on the site for the procurement of something. It doesn't matter whether the person I'll say person in inverted commas, that you're dealing with is a bot or not. But if there is a objectively verified transaction mechanism, like a PayPal or whatever mechanism that you implement, which will allow you a recourse as a purchaser if certain conditions are met. then it almost doesn't matter, and that is effective because, for example, you have an objectively third-party managed transaction mechanism that's linked to bank accounts that can be effectively, you can pull money out of the bank account, whatever the case may be, and you have an adjudication method, if it is through a bot, but again, a third party, so that if data is inserted, if there's a dishonesty, it doesn't affect the adjudication process. Then you could probably, isn't most of the stuff that we do, we buy on the internet, pay through PayPal, isn't that how it works anyway? I don't even know who the person is that I'm buying from, but I know that if I have a problem, I can lodge a PayPal dispute and they're going to give my money back. Doesn't matter, I don't have to worry where it comes from.
Yeah, so in those instances, we have an intermediary who creates the trust in the system.
Correct.
Like Amazon or
Yes.
a bank or
Yes.
a Visa
Yes.
or a MasterCard.
Yes. And you would need the same
so
for the
is that
arbitration.
here?
Yes,
Yeah.
and you need the same for the arbitration. Again, a third party, whether it's AI or not or something, or even if you have a bot that's inserted here, then you must have some sort of an appeal procedure to an objective, in inverted commas, a third party adjudication bot system that isn't affected by the commercial interests that drove this transaction.
Yeah. Okay.
And there is another important element here about the value of this transaction. As we covered in this scenario, part of the payment was paid through Bitcoin and the part was done through the traditional banking system. So what's going to be the value of this purchase? And what's the real exposure here? What she will fight for? I think that's also becoming an important consideration in such disputes. Okay, I think, Dian, we can take the last question before we move on to the next one.
Okay. I was just thinking to take a step back for people to understand when you say the metaverse, what you actually mean, because you could be referring to Facebook's metaverse, which is a centralized type metaverse, or something like Decentraland, which is totally decentralized.
Yeah.
So I presume you're referring to a decentralized type setup.
Yeah, so this takes place within the metaverse, as we know, as a centralized,
As a decentralized metaverse.
It is a metaverse. There's no the metaverse. All the metaverses are decentralized. So it's
No, not really. I'd argue with you on that. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg's Oculus was a metaverse initiative. It's a virtual initiative. It's not necessarily decentralized. But you're talking about something like Decentraland, where a shop, you go into a virtual shop, which is governed by a DAO, it's a smart contract. So you don't even know how the DAO is formed, whether that's an incorporated DAO in something like Wyoming, or whether it's just a group of people working on some open source software. I presume that's what you're talking about in this instance.
Yes.
So then the question arises, can you resolve disputes in that environment? How do you do it when you don't even know who the counterparty is? And I guess you would look at something like Kleros, which is a dispute resolution on the blockchain, which could automatically, through an incentivized voting system, jury system, reverse transactions like that, which would then have access to a crypto wallet, which is, you don't need to go back into the financial system to try and get money out of a bank and enforce something when it can. So fortunately, with this type of transaction, it's all digital. So there's a digital asset, which presumably is not an NFT, that can be bought and sold and reversed in and out of the crypto wallet through a smart contract, either automated through AI or through a voting mechanism on something like Kleros. Is that kind of where you're going with?
Yeah, I think the point where we're trying to get to is to say that decision to make the redress actually take place by virtue of a bot infused with artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
And that the decision making in that environment probably moves to be that of a computer's.
Yeah. So when it's all digital, it's fairly easy because there's a digital asset that was purchased.
Yeah.
There's no physical asset that now has to be repossessed. There's no access to the financial system. Jurisdictionally, it doesn't become too difficult either. It's just a matter of a smart contract obeying some AI and reversing that transaction.
Yeah, and if that environment provides the facility for that. And the evidence is quite, I mean, it's there, and it's easily accessible and to be determined. That's what we've seen with a large language model.
Okay.
Thank you. Can we move on to the next one? I think some of these questions are relevant for the next scenario as well. So the next one is about, if we can switch to the VR. It's about capturing of data without informed consent of the user. Okay, so I think the casting is not working, but the scenario is about a user who is playing a game in Metaverse, and she realized that the app developer has collected a lot more data than she would have expected them to collect. Now, this user is a part of a legal law firm, and she attended some webinars in past. We all keep conducting the webinars and seminars and value sessions. And she feels that the app developer was not correct in capturing the data without taking an informed consent. So there are multiple elements here in terms of purpose limitation, making the right use of the data. There's a POPI Act, GDPR, etc. Now she's contemplating filing a dispute here. So this is the game which she was playing, and the app developer collected data in terms of eye movement, retina scans, hand movement, etc., including the heartbeats, which she think was not what she consented for. If we can switch back to the presentation. Now we are talking about the same questions here, and I will start with you, Dian. What do you think? There's a valid dispute here.
Yeah, so my take is slightly different than those questions. Clearly, there's, in our world, there's been potentially, she's asserting an infringement of right by virtue of this data collection that's taken place in the metaverse. But then I'm asking this question. So when we think about it differently, and it was not a game, but the actual dispute which is resolved in the metaverse, not necessarily in terms of documents and contracts, but when there's been an interaction between people or avatars in that environment, and a version was put down, does it matter how the human reacted when you want to resolve a dispute? So when we have an arbitration with witnesses, we will sit there and we will know that when witnesses testify, we look at the arbitrator or judge or magistrate will look at their demeanor as part of the process in which they determine the reliability of the witness. It's one of those factors being taken into account called demeanor. Does this become relevant in that context? Or is something like this irrelevant and it is simply an infringement of somebody's rights in terms of our environment, our world? But in a digital world, does that provide a different dimension to something which would have been an infringement in our environment? Clearly, it relates a little bit more to status than a commercial contract, but I'm asking it in a different context. I don't know if there's anybody who has a take on that. It matters in our world. Does it matter in a digital world? That's basically the question we ask. Or do we need to infuse a value or a value system into a digital world where something like that would be inappropriate?
So I'll wait for the question. There's one question that comes to my mind is as part of GDPR provisions, the customer has got right to forget. So if she wants the app developer to delete all the data sets what the app developer has collected for her, how will she know what data the app developer collected? Is there a way for in the legal system for her to access the data which app developer collected, because generally they just, as the lady there said, we just tick the boxes and say we confirm and we accept all the terms. Is there a way for us to ask for the data which the app developer collected? Okay, there was a question there.
Perhaps not so much a question, rather just an additional thought. Does it not make a dependence on what that data gets used for? As was said, not a jury, but a judge, a magistrate, etc., also collects this information and uses it for purposes of his profession. If that data collection occurs and nothing ever happens with it, does this still infringe on the rights? And is there then still a dispute? Or is it only once that data gets used for something that there's actually a dispute on an infringement of rights?
There was another comment there.
Okay, I think the difference between the judge collecting your demeanor and recording it and thinking through it to make a decision, or an arbitrator for that matter, and the machine is that once the arbitrator or the judge is done with that particular issue or the decision, they forget. We move on to the next case, and there's no permanent record. The danger with allowing data to just be collected indiscriminately is that, the internet never forgets. We're saying the metaverse, they're various and they're everywhere. So you never know where it's going to turn up. And with artificial intelligence and now AGI also coming up on the horizon, you may find your very personal data emerging in places you'd probably not want it to be. So I do think that GDPR has a place within our universe, yes, and also within the metaverse, because of the dangers it poses with so many data points, your data points, just being collected, and maybe, okay, I don't want to say this so clearly, but I think we know that governments do end up getting this information at some point, and they could weaponize it against individuals. So the GDPR, the opt-in, opt-out rights need to be enforced within the metaverse the same way we expect it to be enforced here in our natural world, just to protect the right of privacy and also to protect, I think you talked about the bad guys. The bad guys can do a great deal with information like that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just think it's universal. As you are protected here, it doesn't matter in what format you are appearing in a different universe. Those are our rights and protections that should be there. And it goes back to the question, is there sufficient regulation within that universe to give it credibility and make it safe to operate in? I think that's sort of where this comes in. But you cannot, it's a commercial environment and the status protections should transverse everything that's in there. That's I think the point that we get to. Okay, is there any further comment on this scenario? Thanks. Then, if you don't, we can
go to the next one. Okay, so now Horia is playing Julian here, and if we can switch to the feed. Okay, so she is a part of a shooting club, and she has gone to practice some shooting. She's playing this game. And there are other players also in the same club, in this metaverse. And because she's new, by mistake, she shot one player there, and now there is a complaint against her that she shot the other players by mistake. There's no physical harm here. It's just that people are complaining that she's not following the rules, and she has been now thrown out of this this community. So people are complaining that she did not obey the rules here, and she has been thrown out of the community. We don't know whether there was a commercial transaction here, whether she paid for this membership, but she feel humiliated, and she feel it's not fair for the community to throw her out, especially when the final decision was made by machine, not by a human. Now, the same questions we are asking here is when she is intending to file a complaint or a dispute, who she will file this complaint against? Who are the parties here? Will it be the people who complained against her, or the app developer? So let's start with the same question, Diane. You can answer two questions: whether it's a valid dispute, and who are the parties. And then we'll take up the other questions.
My take on it is, look, I mean, she was participating in a game. It looks like she's been naughty by not, shooting at the targets, and probably exceeding the rules of that particular game. There's clearly a contract between those parties of sorts that they will be playing the game in terms of the rules, and she hasn't. But what's happened is that a robot now decides, and the robot collects that information all the time as this takes place. And as the information is collected, the robot decides that the parameters have been exceeded, and it makes a decision to kick Oreo out of the game. And she feels that it was unfair. And so I think it raises quite a number of questions. I mean, here we have a robot clearly informed by machine learning, making a decision and executing the decision in a very permanent way. You're out. That's it. You can't, she's no way to ask that robot to climb back into the game. And in our environment, there is always, if you feel that the decision or the award, in the case of arbitration, well, probably in arbitration, not that much due to the power of the arbitrator, but many times you can go and, if the award is wrong, complain about it, or if there was unfairness in the process. And that's a question probably where we want to get to, is this process, in our world, would we consider that to be a fair process? And how do you fix that? How do we make, if it's unfair, if we consider it to be unfair, how will we fix that in something like a different universe, like the metaverse? That's my questions on it. But you're welcome to give your views on what happened there. Margaret?
Hello. I think there is no valid dispute here because it seems like it's just a game. And there are rules to play this game. And it seems like she didn't follow the rules, and because of it, she's out. And honestly, I think there's no valid dispute here. Different than the other ones. This one it's a game, and she knew perfectly as soon as she got into it. And once she didn't follow it, it's perfectly fine. She's out.
Let's take this example to the first scenario, where Oreo purchased the art. Now, clearly, there's a financial loss for her because the art's already being sold to somebody else. And let's say in that scenario, the robot makes a decision that the art dealership because there's an element of fraud involved, have defrauded her by selling the same same art piece to her, which has already been sold. And it makes a similar type decision, and it cuts the avatar dealing with the art, or the art dealership out of that particular universe. There's significant implications because, you know, other transactions might have happened around it. Would that action have been a fair action, given the implications, as opposed to this one where we just played a game?
I wanted to
What would the consideration be?
I wanted to talk about a similar case which happened recently with Uber. Uber drivers need to authenticate themselves after a periodic interval to prove that they are who they are claiming to be. They are the rightful owner of the profile against which they are driving the vehicle. And in few countries, the app and the decision here whether he's a valid user or not is done through artificial intelligence. And in some countries, people with specific skin tones were barred while they were the real people, but the AI took a decision that they are not the real drivers, and therefore they were not getting the trips and they were thrown out of the app. And there were massive protests against Uber by the drivers because they were the real people, but the app was failing to authenticate themselves. A similar kind of transaction here. The only difference here is no commercial interest of Aurea. But if you talk to the people who are obsessed about a specific metaverse, if they are thrown out of the metaverse, they feel humiliated. It's a real insult for them, and they would like to do whatever they can to get their rights back. So I think that's the situation here. The question is, if machines are taking the decision, who is held accountable for incorrect decision?
Barrelet.
The party that has in both these cases, the gaming services supplier, and in the other case, the artwork supplier, is probably the party that caused the software to be generated that also has the bot making decisions in a certain way.
Yeah.
So if you don't extricate the financial interests that drive that decision-making process, which is going to be biased in favor of the party that that designs the AI for the bot.
Yes.
If you don't extricate that through an independent, even if it is an AI bot system, but something that is extraneous to the business interests that drove the creation of that bot in the first place, then you are unlikely to have decisions that are going to be generally fair to the users of the system.
Yeah, so I think it's a very valid point that you make in this regard. I mean, in this case, again, it goes back to the order needs to exist within that universe. In this case, the metaverse. Who makes those rules? You know, how does the dispute resolution work? You know, are the contracts that are implied or written within that environment easily executable, or when there's a dispute around them, you know, is it simply a matter of a robot deciding, yes, no, it goes this way, it goes that way? But how do we deal with questions like fairness? A player has a question like fairness. You know, when there's infringement of, you know, personal rights, the question around fraud, you know, it's one of the big risks in that environment. Is regulation the answer? You know, let's say a regulatory environment comes in place. Do we as humans have a role to play in resolving disputes in that environment? And how will it work when robots make those decisions? I think some of those questions are the vexing ones. And in our firm, we try and work out, in the forensic business unit, for instance, how are we able to investigate in that space? And what will it mean? What does a contract mean? If you have to investigate it, how do you resolve the evidence around that? Do we step into that environment, or is it the environment where we can transcend that border? So I think there's all around this development creates quite a complex set of questions that need to be resolved.
Hi, I'm Samantha Mloyi. I have a comment, but it's directed at a question, perhaps in the space of arbitration, and it goes back to jurisdiction. As the question that you asked, where's the jurisdiction in the metaverse? My question has always been within, let's say, the internet web. Right now, when you across everything, whether it's domains, we have a lot of disputes, cyber security and all of them. But the question still comes down to jurisdiction. Now, there are arguments that it will have to be the jurisdiction of the country. We cannot work with so many countries, jurisdictions and laws. There has to be a place where we can say, this is the jurisdiction, which is whatever, the internet, AI, metaverse grouped into one. And that anything technological needs to be then adjudicated in the space and create the spaces for that, whether it's the courts, whether it's arbitration and all of these things, so that when you go into a game and you tick your terms and conditions, you're already including those things, whether we're going into arbitration, and perhaps there needs to be levels of disputes where you first dispute with a chatbot, which is AI. And just on that any AI is also programmed. It's still a programming language which is programmed by a human being. So all the biases that come up with the Uber thing, we look at cameras, which are AI in Chicago, that would target black people. But that is something programmed. It comes from the bias of the human being. So there needs to be then a step above the chatbot, where we then say, no, we need to deal with a human being and then adjudicate, then go program something better and move forward from there. So this is the space where we start saying that, okay, perhaps we need to decide this is the jurisdiction for this, and this is how we're going to deal with it.
Yeah. Okay.
I hope this isn't a very complicated question, but it seems to me that you talk blandly about fraud, misrepresentation, etc. Those are not terms which sit comfortably in your meta-universe. They only sit comfortably in our universe. Because at the end of the day, there's a human being, wherever it is at the end and at the beginning of every transaction. And it is only the intent of that individual, where intent is required, that will actually be meaningful in the analysis. All the computer or the robot is doing is assimilating facts based upon the data that's available to it. But as soon as you move into the realm of fraud, misrepresentation, etc., you are mixing the universes, and it does, to a point, demonstrate the artificiality of trying to separate these universes, because they are really not separable.
I take that. Any other questions, comments?
There's one question that comes to my mind, Dean. In the absence of a financial transaction, will it change the equation here in terms of raising a dispute? If there is no financial transaction, does that mean we can't raise a dispute, especially in this case when there was nothing? And I think the lady there was saying because it's a hobby, and therefore she can join another club to practice shooting there. But if there was a financial transaction, would that change anything?
I think yes. Then because there's, if there's a loss that's incurred as a result of that, but then the question is, you know, what are the metrics that the bot makes the decision on? You know, so again, you have to then say, but has the bot been correct? Is it acting correctly to create a situation where losses not occurred, or losses being redressed, because it all happens in real time. But I do think the comments that Patrick made are very, very valid comments, and that when we think around different universes, Patrick, if I understand you correctly, we've got to think in terms of what applies in each of those universes. I think that's the point you make. And I think that's the difficult part when we try and understand how are we going to deal with, well, what is going to be a dispute there for one? And if so, then how do we deal with this? Is that sort of a fairly half-good attempt at summarizing what you were saying? Okay, if there is no further comments, I think we, you know, as I thought it's going to be, you know, there are so many questions, so many aspects of that world which I think is turning into a real world. You know, we put value to what's going to transpire there. But it is an environment which is difficult to understand because we look at it from our perspective and our world. But it is coming. I think that is a given. So I would like to thank you for your attendance. I hope in some way it had been interesting. I've certainly the comments and responses and questions that we got from you certainly were interesting and enlightening. So I wish to thank you for your attendance. Thank you. Sorry, can I just, may I ask you, I'm sorry, Michael, may I just ask you, in the packs handed out, we have put in a questionnaire in the beginning yesterday. You know, if you do have some time to just fill it in, we'll be much appreciative of that. We also learn from what you tell us. And that's the need for that questionnaire. Thank you so much.
To start session 3 of today's agenda, in which we will be hearing from Herbert Smith Freehills in regard to the topic ESG, a fertile ground for disputes. But before that happens, I'm going to make an announcement. And what you think is that I'm going to repeat for the third time the 4 questions which you're required to answer. I'm not going to do that. You've had your chance. What I'm going to say to you is, now that you know the questions and now that you have the answers, will you please go through at lunchtime to the young AFSA table in the corridor just outside where the small venue rooms are, and there you will see the electronic whatever it is that you have to use to vote. So, it's enough. And remember, while you're doing your pressing of buttons and so on, Fireblade is also open between now and the gala dinner this evening. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome and thank you so much for joining us today to discuss the extremely dynamic and topical issue of ESG as a fertile ground for disputes. My name is Fiorella Noriega, and I will be moderating the panel this morning. I'm sure everyone here is aware that ESG is the buzzword that is being used to describe the 3 factors, environmental, social, and governance, that measure a company's sustainability and ethical impact. And they are often being used to guide investment decisions and corporate practices globally. And although these 3 factors are nothing new in the legal and commercial landscape, a global mindset shift, I'm sure everyone can agree, has taken place in recent years, and there is a global heightened awareness of issues such as social inequality, corporate governance failures, and environmental issues as well. And this has forced companies and people to place a lot more emphasis on these issues. And as everyone is aware, novel problems lead to novel disputes and that we need to find resolutions for. And that is what we are here to discuss today. I'm joined on stage by 3 very knowledgeable and experienced panelists who have graciously agreed to share their knowledge and experience with us today. And in no particular order, they are Michael Schottler, who is the Head of Legal for Global Disputes at Anglo American. We also have Patricia Nascimento, who is a partner at Herbert Smith Freehills in Germany. Patricia is also the Head of Disputes in Germany, as well as the Head of EMEA International Arbitration. And last but not least, we have Mr. Andrew Cannon, who is a partner at Herbert Smith Freehills in London. And Andrew is the Deputy Head of the Global Arbitration Practice. Unfortunately, Dr. Wilfred Mutubwa was unable to join us today. I understand that his nickname, he's colloquially known as Wally, so if anyone was wondering where's Wally, he will not be found on our panel today. Thank you very much to the 3 of you for joining us today. Michael, if you don't mind, I'd like to pick your brain first. And in the context of mining in Africa, I'd like to hear from you on a day-to-day basis. What types of ESG disputes would you say that you are seeing? What is the balance between the E, the S, and the G, would you say? And are any of these novel given the recent focus or emphasis on ESG?
Thanks, Fiorella. So I suppose my comments when I'll talk personally what I've experienced at Anglo American, but also sort of experiences that we've shared with our mining peers, and most of whom are globally situated. Second point just to make is almost an introductory statement. Although, sort of we try and categorize into the E, the S, and the G, and we do that very successfully for our reporting functions and the like. Certainly our experience is there is no clear, bright dividing line between those 3 categories. What we're really seeing are disputes emerging that have a confluence of 2, probably even 3 of those concepts. So, I mean, very particularly extractive industry, one of the new focuses that is being targeted both against states and particularly us in the extractive industry is climate change. Your emission scope, your reporting, how you intend to limit those, your usage, your water usage and the like, is really probably the most critical sort of dynamic factor that we've experienced, sort of, if I reflect 5 years ago to where we are now. Just yesterday, that ruling came out, sort of holding the Swiss government accountable for revising their targets. Now, that is just an immediate step. It'll come against other countries as well. It's already in the process in Netherlands that we know of, and it is going to be targeting extractive oil and gas companies in a similar way, talking about the attribution models. It's developed, it hasn't landed yet, it will land very soon. And again, how governments engage with that, how the extractive partners engage with that is probably going to be one of the more exciting developments in the litigation field in the next 5 years and probably for the next 30 years thereafter. So we're certainly seeing a lot of that. What we're also seeing, particularly from the sort of under the E banner, environmental, so emission controls, land use, water use. So we know in a lot of the jurisdictions that we operate, inevitably it sort of seems that where there's mineral riches, there's water scarcity. And how we've adapted to that, not only in response to disputes, but really in response to our position as a responsible miner, is critical in water use license, in water usage, how we control emissions into the ecosystem and the like. The other, and again, why I say there's no clear bright line, we're talking about the environment, but when you talk about environment, you immediately talk about your community that surrounds your mining areas, not only as, because those community members predominantly work on your operations, big mining operations support the entire social ecostructure around that community, and effectively those are your neighbors. So we're seeing a lot of real environmental work coupled with the social dynamics that comes out of that environmental work. We're also seeing in South Africa and in a lot of our other LATAM operations, other pressures coming to bear. Social economic pressures that then translate into community unrest, people wanting more opportunities, rent seekers on the other side of that particular fence. We're seeing a substantive increase in the disputes place about procurement, supply chain. It is a fairly closed ecosystem, so it's almost binary. Person A gets the contract, person B loses that contract, and how those disputes are escalating. Again, that sort of confluence of the sort of social side of things, and as well as the governance side of things. When you talk corruption, all of those kind of factors all factor in there as well. And then a trend that we've noticed, touch wood, we haven't had it yet as Anglo-American, but we're certainly seeing it with a lot of our peers, is a vastly increased shareholder activism. We're seeing it in the context of environmental commitments that you make. Are those strong enough? Should they be stronger? So we're seeing a lot of activism in that space. We're seeing a lot of disputes where shareholders are very vigorously taking apart annual financial reports that are being done. Are those commitments being met? Could you have done more? Were you a little bit vague and fuzzy on a commitment and they're holding that to you as a binding obligation? So those are some of the sort of high-level trends that we're seeing. As I say, it's all a combination.
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to box them nicely it's not capable. It's all very fluid and all very dynamic.
Thanks, Michael. And you touched a little bit on the LATAM operations as well as African operations. I mean, are there any unique features you would say that distinguish ESG disputes in Africa in comparison to the other jurisdictions that Anglo operates in?
I mean,
Yeah.
if one sort of looks at some of the jurisdictions that we operate, you know, as Anglo-American, we've got a significant presence in the LATAM region, Brazil, Peru, Chile. We've got sizable sub-Saharan Africa operations. To a large extent, what we're seeing in the ESG sort of disputes space are largely aligned between those jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions where we operate, Australia, for example, and sort of Singapore, they've got different challenges. Australia, although it is an operational area, is so entrenched and fairly stable from that perspective. LATAM, Sub-Saharan Africa, very dynamic environment. I think we're coming to grips with a lot of things that traditionally we didn't possibly appreciate. But the similarity between sort of LATAM regions and Sub-Saharan Africa regions are quite pronounced.
Yeah.
And we probably have got more in common there than we've got differences.
Okay, that makes sense. Patricia, maybe moving on to you and kind of on the same vein of dispute trends, but specifically in the investment treaty space, which you are obviously an expert in. What sort of trends are you seeing in terms of ESG? And the same question, what is the balance between the E, the S, and the G, would you say?
Thank you. Thank you, Fiorella. And actually, I will echo a lot of what Michael was just saying. And if I can start sort of with a broad trend, and globally, there is a continuing demand for green energy and for green economy. And these are clearly the fields that we are seeing already. When I mention energy, I'm based in Germany, and we see clearly already the results from the Russian situation. And we can see that the cuts to the Russian gas already has prompted higher investment in other energy sectors. And currently what we will, and I believe what we will be seeing is more and more this continuing trend into greener investment. If we then look into the investor-state disputes, and if we look at the statistics do not yet reflect this trend, but we're getting there. And if we look at the current statistics, we can still see that the major arbitration cases are in the energy and mining sectors. They continue to dominate the cases filed, and within the energy sector, it's still 60% fossil fuel industry. But this is changing, and I would say in the last 10 years, we have seen first an emerging trend of climate litigation. We can also see more and more ESG-related standards starting to emerge in the treaties. And you can check this in the model, in some of the model investment treaties. We also see more and more treaties featuring a carve-out for the state's right to regulate on certain issues, and this will be definitely on ESG matters. What we also see, and this is maybe less direct, but the requirements to tribunals to take into account the compliance of investors with ESG standards when awarding compensation. And Michael, you mentioned Peru, and there is, for example, an interesting case where local communities protested against mining activities. The mining license was revocated, and this led to an investment dispute. But actually, the tribunal found that the revocation of the license was an expropriation. But interestingly, they took the protest of the local community into account when awarding damages, and they only awarded sunk costs on the basis of reasoning that they said, well, with this local communities and the protests, it is unlikely that this is going to be a fully successful operation. So already you can see a certain tendency, even though the results are not probably what would be expected, but you see already a certain direction here. What we also see is state-to-state mechanisms, empowering them to discuss these issues, and this is the level actually where you see changes. And finally, we see investors also increasingly incorporating ESG standards into their investment decision-making. And that vice versa then is compensated by the states placing more and more emphasis on compliance with regulatory standards. So I would say there is a clear path to the future where ESG standards will be a normal part of investment protection.
Yeah, I'd like to come back in a short while to whether arbitration and the role that arbitration you think should be playing in these investor-state disputes. But I think, Andrew, I'd like also to give you an opportunity to comment on this same question. And what I think is quite interesting, obviously, is the global shift towards renewable energy. And I'd be interested to hear as well whether you're seeing any novel disputes, particularly in respect of that.
Thanks, Fiorella. Well, it's a pleasure to be on the panel, and I'm honoured to be here as well with you all at the inaugural Johannesburg Arbitration Week. And especially a pleasure and an honour to be talking about ESG. It is, as I think, as you've explained, as Michael and Patricia have explained, it's one of the hottest topics of our time. It's become perhaps the most prominent feature of the business and regulatory landscape at the moment. It's also an incredibly important topic politically, both nationally and internationally. And some of the topics that it covers, climate change, human rights, these are topics that affect us all directly and also personally. This increase in ESG-related obligations that we're seeing, and coupled with a growing awareness of ESG ideals in corporate policies and so on, as we've explained, and as Fiorella mentioned, this leads to an increase in potential disputes. And we see a sort of, it's led to something of a vicious or a virtuous circle, depending on how you want to see it. The increasing materiality of ESG considerations for shareholders, for other stakeholders, that leads to increasing efforts by corporations proactively to manage their ESG risks. And in turn, that leads to an increasing sophistication of corporate sustainability, communications and commitments, coupled then with an increased scrutiny of ESG policies and processes, reporting and performance, all of which leads to that increase in disputes risks. And we see disputes across the whole range of different areas, before arbitral tribunals, before domestic courts, before international courts. Michael mentioned the European Court of Human Rights decision of yesterday, which was in the international press. And I wanted just to come back to that as an example of the type of thing we're seeing. It really is quite a landmark ruling, finding Switzerland in breach of the European Convention on Human Rights for failing to implement sufficient measures to combat climate change. And this ruling cannot be appealed, and it establishes a binding legal precedent for all 46 countries that are signatories to the ECHR. And as Michael said, it will have reverberations and implications much more widely than that. The court found violations of Article 8, the right to private and family life, and Article 6, access to court, stating the Swiss government had failed to comply with positive obligations under the ECHR to combat climate change by failing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And this was a case brought by 2,000 pensioners who argued that their government's climate inaction had put them at risk of dying during heat waves because of their age. They were all ladies as well, and gender. And NGOs have already signalled this will lead to further litigation, this landmark ruling and this precedent that's been established. A number of other cases raising similar arguments had previously failed on admissibility grounds, but there are now 6 other climate cases before the ECHR which are all waiting, which were put on hold pending this decision, including a claim against Norway that alleges it violated human rights by issuing new licenses for oil and gas exploration in the Barents Sea beyond 2035. And the political dimension is also really apparent here. It's worth noting Switzerland had committed to cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030 from 1990 levels. And the Swiss government had in fact proposed stronger reductions and to deliver this goal. But voters had rebuffed that in a referendum in 2021. Nonetheless, the European Court has come in now and said Switzerland must do more. So that's one really prominent example of what we're seeing. But of course, we see things across the range, and I'll be talking a bit more about commercial disputes and so on. Michael's touched on a number of these. I think your experience, Michael, just reflects what we're seeing across the whole of the business environment. Yeah. Public shareholder activism against corporates. It involves, as you said, aspects of all three, the E, the S, the G. Claims of misrepresentation, mis-selling, the so-called greenwashing type cases. We're seeing plenty of those as well. Claims in respect of breach of directors' duties. G, perhaps, which is often connected to the E in terms of climate change policies, carbon emissions, but also includes the S of human rights, of employee rights. And there have been prominent cases in this field as well. I'm sure most people in the room will be familiar with the Dutch case brought against Shell by the Dutch branch of Friends of the Earth. That involved a duty of care type claim, relying on established principles. The claimants argued that companies and governments owe a duty of care to protect against environmental and human rights impacts. And of course, the claimants were successful in that claim. The appeal that Shell have put forward is now being heard this week, in fact, before the Dutch courts. But different courts have treated it differently. So the English courts were faced with a similar claim in relation to breach of directors' duties. And in fact, the English courts kicked that case out. It was another case against Shell, but they kicked it out. But nevertheless, we will continue to see these types of claims being brought in all sorts of forums. There's the cases of mass tort group actions against corporates, particularly against parent companies, which we're seeing. And indeed, a number of that has involved claimants in Africa, the two big prominent cases in the English courts, one against Shell, one against Vedanta, by claimants, by thousands of claimants from Zambia and also then from Nigeria, where in fact the English courts set new precedent and made new rules establishing parent company liability in this area. So we see disputes in so many different areas: climate-related schemes, emissions trading, environmental issues, regulatory investigations, supply chain disputes, employment claims, insurance claims arising out of these types of disputes. And I haven't really touched on renewables, Fiorella, but it's a big sector. We're seeing lots of different disputes in that sector. I mean, maybe I can come back to it in another intervention, but yeah, it's similar to the big types of projects that we're seeing in terms of the ESG considerations that might be raised.
Yeah. Okay, thanks so much, Andrew. Patricia, would you like? Oh, okay. Thank you. I think that's really helped to set the scene in respect of the types of disputes that we're seeing. And we are obviously at Johannesburg Arbitration Week. So I think the next question I want to ask, maybe to Michael, your perspective, how many of the disputes that you are seeing, I mean, Andrew, the examples that he's given, a lot of these are being resolved in the courts, it sounds like. How many are you seeing that are being arbitrated? And in your view, do you have a view on whether arbitration is an appropriate forum to be resolving these particular disputes?
Sure. And probably the second question first, yes, and increasingly so. Use for arbitration for a host of reasons. But on the first point, I mean, significant number of investment treaty, investor-state matters that some of which we've been involved in, a lot of which we're observing and sort of either get the benefits or the ramifications thereof. And increasingly we're seeing sort of ESG-related aspects coming into a lot of the commercial disputes that we're doing, going into the arbitration realm. So, you know, on your question of, you know, sort of, is that a good thing and why? Certainly my experience has been, as a dispute resolution mechanism, arbitration proper, in whatever forum it is and whatever sort of derivative you adopt, is probably less confrontational than court proceedings proper. That's certainly been my experience. It it allows for a greater degree of engagement amongst the parties within defined rules of the game and issues being limited and the like, but it doesn't have that next step of pure, unadulterated animosity that you sometimes find in High Court litigation, where parties just retreat to their respective corners and battle it out until the last man falls. And certainly to me, that's where a lot of the value of arbitration comes in. Even if you don't necessarily couple it with a prior mediation and the like, just that environment, the flexibility that arbitration introduces as a matter of course, the ability to choose arbitrators, particularly if you have a panel, allows one flexibility, allows expertise to be brought in that you might not find in High Court judges, which is completely appropriate. High Court judges have a particular remit, whereas arbitrators, if you allocate on a panel, you can get technical experts sitting as arbitrators. You can get a broader range of specialized experience. It cuts the matters down, gets to the heart of the matter a lot quicker. And generally, when I've been on either side of arbitrations, in most instances, I'd say in excess of 90%, even if I've lost, I'll walk out of there going, well, I'm grumpy about it, but I get it. I understand why this ruling came through. I can live with it, which is an experience we sometimes don't have in court experiences. So we are seeing a massive increase in the utilization of arbitration, a lot more sophistication of how arbitration is used. It's not simply, we're not seeing it simply as a substitute for a court process. Been involved in a couple of really interesting arbitrations under ICC, LCIA, and other forums where the arbitrator sort of not only does a quantum and merits separation, but really sort of divides a merits ruling up into 6 sub-rulings, which kind of establishes the direction of play. You know, in a particularly significant matter that we had, the parties simply could not find each other for years. We went into arbitration, we had 3 interim arbitration awards which kind of established the foundations. We resolved that dispute and now have a commercial arrangement with our counterparty which has improved on the original relationship. So arbitration has got an incredible benefit for us as effectively the purchasers of that service.
And sorry, just out of curiosity arising from that, why would you say, or what in your opinion is the reason why you think the animosity is kind of removed in the arbitration process? Is that do you think kind of a mindset thing, or just the way the process is handled?
To a large extent, it's probably driven by emotions in some senses. It's the venue, it's the forum, it's just the way that you've got to interact in order to actually create the arbitration and make the arbitration worthwhile. There are downsides. If you've got a counterparty to the arbitration whose sole objective is to delay, obfuscate, sort of prevent a resolution, unless you've got an incredibly tough arbitrator, there's greater scope for that to come through. If you've got sophisticated arbitrators who, and this is a personal bugbear of mine, are not afraid to make hard decisions, are not afraid to put their foot down, say, this was the time period, you missed it, you suffer the consequences, for fear of some sort of challenge, and you know, maybe if I'm perceived as too hard, I won't go into the next panel. If you've got arbitrators that can resist that, you kind of get that process flowing a lot more. It requires a lot more interaction than sort of high court litigation proper may require.
Thanks, Michael. It's really interesting to hear that from a client perspective. Patricia, yes, I think the next...
Just to follow up on this very quickly. I agree with Michael, you know, clearly arbitration has its positive aspects, and probably in what we have right now and in the universe of disputes, it is probably the preferred choice. It doesn't make it a perfect choice. And in particular, in the area that we are discussing here, it really brings with it certain risks also. And obviously, I mean, if I'm looking at all of this from the angle of investor-state disputes, there is always a political angle to all of these disputes. And if we are talking about ESG, then clearly this becomes, all of these decisions have a very far-fetched impact. And not always the tribunal will be in a position to actually assess this, or tribunals really look at the case before them. They don't look at the broader implications. And on the level of investor-state disputes, you have broader implications, whether you want it or not. And if we, following up on what I said previously, the trends that we see, there is a clear path that ESG will become part of the whole universe of investment protection. But then there will be an issue about, so where do you draw the line between dispute resolution and actually a whole area that should be reserved to policy making?
Yes. Yes, that was actually going to be my next question to you. I mean, we've heard a lot of debate around arbitrations relating to investor-state disputes specifically, and I know the UN has referred to arbitration as the weaponization of these secret arbitration processes to challenge climate actions that are being taken by states. Do you think that ISDAs are thwarting states as regulatory authorities? And if so, do you have any thoughts on how that can be avoided? I know there was a very interesting breakaway session earlier where this was touched on as well, but I'd like to hear your views.
Yes, I would say this is an inherent contradiction within the system. And it is inherent because the system as such brings it about. So why do we have investment protection and investment arbitration? Because there is a need to attract investment, to attract foreign investment. And as a counteract, you promise as a state to protect this investment. And if we look at all of this from a public international point of view, the very basis of it is a treaty of public international law, but actually giving an individual the right to sue the state. And that's unprecedented. And I think we cannot really emphasize this enough, that it's an absolute unusual mechanism. And this is then when we have to follow on, if we say, okay, where are the problems if we look at the developments of the last years? And clearly you can see that there has been a development in relation to regulatory powers. And this has brought about a change, first of all, in the mindset of arbitrators and how to approach certain disputes. But you can also see this more and more in the treaties. And it also has led to an unfortunate development, looking at it from a European perspective. Basically, within the EU, there is no longer investment arbitration. And that was a reaction to what you described, Fiorella, as the regulatory chill. But obviously, that's the wrong reaction. The reaction is not to kill the system, but to address problems. And clearly there is an issue with the regulatory power, and you can see that the newer treaties and also the discussions held at international level are addressing this. And I think this is the right level to find. You need to strike a balance between regulatory powers of a state and a certain interest of the state really to protect certain areas. And this is where we come back to ESG.
Yeah. Thanks, Patricia. Andrea, I'd like to get your views as well. I mean, you know, there's also a lot of debate around whether ESG, particularly where public interest issues are involved, if it should be subject to private arbitrations. What are your thoughts on that?
Right, Fiorella, and we've touched on some of the pros, and Patricia's mentioned one or two of the alleged cons as well. I mean, perhaps some of the pros we haven't mentioned, I mean, the first, and I've always thought the biggest advantage of international arbitration is that degree of neutrality that you can have with international contracts. You're not bound by one set of national courts, and companies can therefore perhaps agree to submit themselves to arbitration in relation to some of these very important issues in circumstances where they might be more reluctant to go before one particular set of national courts. So that remains a big pro of arbitration, I think, even in this field.
Yeah.
Of course, we have flexibility of procedure, the ability to adapt it to some of the issues we're facing. That hasn't been happening as quickly as it might, and I'll mention something on that at the end. We also have the New York Convention, of course, for enforcement purposes. Interestingly, a recent IBA survey in the context of ESG disputes found that enforcement in this type of dispute was seen as less of an advantage than some others. But nevertheless, it still remains, of course, the really objective preeminent advantage of international arbitration over national court rulings. But what came out as the biggest advantage in this IBA survey was confidentiality.
Yeah.
Of course, companies and enterprises are very concerned about reputation management in this space. And so arbitration will still have that. Now, of course, does that conflict with public interest, as you've raised? And that's a difficult question, I think. I mean, of course, there are all sorts of types of transparency that can be introduced into the arbitral process to countermand that. But nevertheless, I think it's a reality that businesses, that financial institutions, that certain organizations do prefer that umbrella of confidentiality that arbitration can often provide. So in response to some of the other criticisms, and it's right to make them, but it's right to answer them, we're at an arbitration conference after all, arbitration depends on party consent. That of course, is another restriction. It's been criticised on the basis that affected parties may not be able to appear before and have their views expressed before tribunals, particularly perhaps victim parties. And of course, that's a reality, and we do need to think about how that can be resolved. But there is an increasing use in supply chain contracts, for example, of cascading arbitration clauses and compatibility of arbitration clauses. Indeed, there's an EU directive which was introduced last year and which is quite advanced now in its negotiations, which will require EU businesses to incorporate consistent decision-making within their contracts, such that these disputes can be resolved in a harmonious and a consistent way. You mentioned public interest. It is a challenge, and I think precisely the political issues that we've been discussing can make some of these issues more important, and important perhaps for national populations to see them being resolved before national courts. But as I mentioned, I think that the ability of arbitration to provide a different forum removed from that can still mean it has a role to play in circumstances where decisions will still be made on these important issues. And remedies is another topic that's often raised. Does arbitration have the sufficiently wide range of remedies? But I think these are all topics that people are thinking about, and that's the most important thing. I mean, there's a couple of ideas that I've heard being discussed and which I think are very important in terms of what we could do in the future. I think the first is for us to track and monitor ESG cases within the arbitration world. What we can measure, we can manage. And if we know these disputes are happening, we can then see how they're happening and think about that further. And I think that trend is starting, but I think there's more we can do. And the second is for institutions and all of us as practitioners to think more about specialist arbitration rules. Should the institutions be adopting specialist rules for ESG procedures to deal with precisely some of these criticisms we've been talking about, transparency, third-party access, and class actions is something we haven't talked about, and so on.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, I think just one last question. I am conscious of time. Patricia, I just wanted to get your take on what do you think the role of investment protection and ISDAs is in the development of ESG standards?
Thank you, Fiorella. And I think it can play an extremely important role. And why? Because it can make quick and efficient changes happening. If you look at the problems of today, and just, I mean, in no particular order, look at climate change, at global health crisis, what have we learned from COVID, and it's still ongoing, war and political instability, leading to energy crisis, leading to humanitarian crisis, the rapid decline of biodiversity and ecosystems. So what do all of these problems have in common? They are global problems. They are all interconnected, and they cannot be resolved by one state alone. And this is where public international law comes in, this is where investment protection comes in, because that takes place at the level of the states, and it's states talking to another state or multiple states talking to each other. That's an extremely important level, and already we can see changes happening at that state, because the moment that certain standards come into the treaties, you will have a change that will normally not be as easily happening on a state level. And then based on this, you will have a growing body of case law. And again, if the consequences of, for example, compliance with ESG standards then are directly connected to liability, to compensation, and so on, you will see a change. And already, if we open our eyes, these changes are here already. There is a clear path to this, and I think it's now the time to look into this and to systematically address it and to make the best of it, because this is where changes can happen much more quicker than in any of our states represented here.
Individually. Thank you so much. I think we had thought to open up the floor to any questions just for the last 5 minutes. If anyone has any questions for the panelists, please raise your hands and we'll bring a microphone to you. No questions? I think you've covered everything. If anyone would like to approach the panelists at any of the breaks, I'm sure they would be more than willing to chat further about this. But for now, thank you so much to all of you for joining us today and for your insights and the very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Well, if you see that I'm standing here, you know what I'm going to say. The voting is at the Young AFSA desk. It's 50 yards away from where you're sitting. You should be able to make it. Please do during lunch. After lunch, we are spending the rest of the afternoon in breakaway sessions. And in each breakaway session for the rest of the day, there are only 2 breakaway rooms in use, breakaways 2 and 3. Immediately after lunch, as you will see from the program, CDH and Herbert Smith Freehills both are making presentations. They'll be followed by KPMG and Vincent Masons, and after tea, bringing up the remainder of the day, will be the GCB, the General Counsel of the Bar, and Advocate Groups 621. I am sure you will be punctual without my having to nag during the course of the afternoon. But where I do want to nag is this. The gala banquet, according to the program, tells you that it's 6:30 for 7. We expect the Chief Justice to be here, entering the banquet hall, probably not later than about 7:15. And it would be right, if I may say so, to have all of you seated before that time so that you can welcome him when he comes. So please, if you wouldn't take 6:30 for 7 as a sort of invitation to approach the gala dinner on either side of those times, and you would be there and seated by 7, it would be greatly appreciated by yours truly. Well, now, we have the last plenary session of the day. It's hosted by 39 Essex, who I may say are one of the founding members, who geographically are located very far away from AFSA headquarters, but emotionally and spiritually they are with us every day. Thank you.
One more chair, Michael, I don't know. Thank you so much, that was great. Can I just have one more chair, it would be nice. 1, 2, 3. We'll need one more chair. We'll need one more chair at some stage, while the chairs... While the last chair's being found, I'll take a few minutes of your time, if I may. I'm sure you don't realize quite how intimidating it is for a rather ordinary foreign lawyer to be coming and addressing such a distinguished audience. I know that you will need no warning from me that you should beware of any white Englishman who comes to Africa saying he wants to help. I tremble with embarrassment at the notorious track record of the mischief that we have caused in this continent over the past couple of 100 years. I think that my favorite example of it is still that stone plaque that I'm sure you all know and love, with the brass plate on it, which stands beside the Zambezi in what is now Zambia, and proclaims for posterity in a wonderful brass plaque, on this spot, on the 11th of November, 1855, Dr. Livingstone discovered the Victoria Falls. I have long treasured the image of a small local boy running home to his mother and saying in his own language with excitement, "Mummy, mummy, a clever white man from Scotland with a Bible has discovered a waterfall at the bottom of our garden." It seems to me that the English have a propensity for arrogance of going around the world telling other people what to do. We used to go around telling people how to play cricket until they beat us, and then we gave it up, and we now try and talk about arbitration instead. It is with genuine humility and not a little trepidation that I dare to introduce a far more distinguished audience. What on earth am I doing here at all? I think sometimes it's quite useful to reflect on how we got here and where we came from. In my own mitigation, if not defense, I'd just like to say one sentence of explanation. It was in fact almost 60 years ago this month that, as a fresh-faced and not very bright law student, I was asked to play a tiny, tiny role in supporting the team of London lawyers who were working with that unbelievably distinguished and brave team of lawyers who were working on the Rivonia defense. It was an extraordinary experience for a young child at the start of his work as a law student. The role was tiny, but I'm afraid it was significant enough, and my misbehavior as an anti-apartheid demonstrator, I'm afraid, marked my card to the extent that I was persona non grata here for 30 years. But when civilization returned, almost exactly 30 years ago, it was in fact Malcolm Wallace, as he then was, the enormously distinguished Justice Malcolm Wallace, as he is and still loved today, who invited me to come here initially to do some work with him on advocacy training. And I got hooked, and I've been coming willingly and probably very badly ever since with increasing enthusiasm. But not in my wildest dreams did I ever imagine that I would have the honor of sitting beside one of my great heroes, Dikgang Moseneke, as a fellow vice president of this court. That is an extraordinary honor. I am proud of the fact, and Michael is as gracious as ever, paying tribute to 39. I think of it more of Patrick Lane's chambers than mine, because I think we are both proud. There are a number of members of our chambers present in this audience. We are very proud of the contribution that we make in supporting AVSA. I confess I'm even more proud of the fact that Dikgang himself, after the workshop to which Michael kindly referred yesterday, and as did Patrick Lane, Dikgang, with typical perspicaciousness and kindness, said that there are two kinds of foreign lawyer who come to South Africa. There are those who come to take the work, and there are those who come to put more in than they take out. And I was rather honored that he put 39 into the latter category, because that is certainly what we have tried to do. But it is your court. It is not ours. It is your court. It consists of judges, and I was just going through the list last night. It consists of judges, many of whom are in this room, from 11 different jurisdictions. I do not believe that there are many, if any, international arbitration courts that can lay claim to that degree of inclusivity and diversity. I think the only disgrace is that we don't have enough women. Those of you who don't know me will be surprised to know that I spend quite a lot of time chasing around trying to find nice women, but not all of them yet have volunteered to serve with us, but it's about time some of them did. This has been spoken of already, but of course an increasingly large number of international disputes are now resolved by mediation for reasons that were more ably explained in the last session than I could possibly do, with all those reasons of why. Putting it bluntly, we quite mistrust domestic national courts, and it's wholly understandable that many jurisdictions do. We believe that arbitration does it better. But if you'll forgive me for touching on a sensitive note, there are a frightening number of people who believe that all you need to do to arbitrate a dispute is to find an out-of-work retired judge or an out-of-work non-retired lawyer, make him an arbitrator, and Bob's your uncle. Why on earth do you need to waste money on the institution? The answer is that in the vast majority of cases, that works well, because honest and decent retired judges do it well, and so do some unemployed lawyers. But in a significant minority of cases, and it needs only a very few before we get a bad name, it turns out that there was a very good reason why the judge was out of work and why the lawyer was unemployable. And you finish up with an award that is unenforceable. And you know, what happens here is that because they've all used the AVSA rules, which were so carefully worked on by a distinguished team led by Jonathan and by Patrick, they all use the AVSA rules. So when it all goes wrong, they bring it to AVSA and say, we think we've got a slight problem in enforcing this award. And we have to very politely say, yes, well, you saved money by not telling your clients that it would be a good idea not to pay us anything, and you've done it yourself. It's an ad hoc arbitration, and for some reason people think it's much more distinguished if you put a Latin title in front of it. It means you just take the risk that it'll all go wrong. And it's against that background that we really wanted to look at the ways in which AVSA's court has contributed to the work and continues to do so. We want to look at it, if we may, from three perspectives. First, we want to look at it from the perspective of arbitrators. What is the arbitrator's rule? How do they discharge their obligation to behave with integrity from even before appointment, from deciding whether or not to accept the appointment or to work with others who are appointed, right through to producing an award which is New York compliant? That's the first perspective. The second, and equally important, is how do all the lawyers and the law firms engaged in that exercise balance their responsibility of their duty to their client to do all that they properly can, and their overriding obligation to regard the process of arbitration with integrity and honesty. Thirdly, we want to see the way in which the AVSA rules have been very carefully worked and honed in order to help provide that solution. And last, and perhaps most importantly of all, we want again to introduce you to the star of our team, who actually administers the arbitration, deals with people, and helps everybody in the exercise of those three functions. It's against that background that it is a huge honor for me to introduce Justice Negeshwara Rao. He is, as you're about to hear, a truly remarkable man, a film star, a first-class cricketer. He was decent enough to spend a few years at the bar before they immediately put him in the Supreme Court of India, but he did practice as a barrister for a bit because he felt he ought to, but his distinguished record was quite extraordinary. He is universally admired as one of the great stars, not only of the Indian subcontinent, but now as an international arbitrator. I hear you ask, what on earth is he doing in 39 Essex? I don't know. I suspect I possibly oversold it, but then I have been guilty of that in the past. More importantly, he is the newest member of the AVSA court, and it is with humility but huge pleasure that I'm going to ask Justice Negeshwara Rao to talk to us about the arbitrator's duty in respect of confidentiality. Thank you for your patience with me.
Thank you, Edwin. The assignment that is given to me is to speak about the perspectives of an arbitrator in respect of integrity in arbitrations. So with the experience of having been a counsel in arbitrations, and thereafter a judge, and in the present avatar of being an arbitrator, I thought that I should share my experiences and views on integrity in international arbitration. I have been benefited by the discussions I had with counsel as well as judges from South Africa, and trying to understand how the arbitration landscape is in South Africa. There appear to be similarities between Indian arbitration landscape and the South African arbitration. Integrity is all about honesty and strong moral principles, and integrity is non-negotiable. I was thinking about a lecture which I attended about a year back, speaking on sustainable development in a bar association. And I was introduced as being a person with impeccable integrity. And one judge who spoke after me said that, please don't ever say that a judge is of impeccable integrity. That would be casting a slur on the others. So this is a fundamental trait of a person who decides disputes. Judges decide disputes in court. Arbitrators do the same thing by adjudicating the disputes that are brought before them. This being a fundamental quality of a person who decides disputes, is there any way somebody can say that integrity can be waived? It can't. To my understanding, integrity has two main contours, if we can say that. One is the independence, and the second one is the impartiality. When we speak of independence, it's about the improper connections of an arbitrator. Does he have to disclose about the connections that he has with a prospective party to the dispute. What about friendly relations with the parties or the council? These are certain aspects which have to be taken note of by the arbitrators before they disclose. It is said that an arbitrator has to disclose. So he should not have the temptation of not disclosing anything which is suspect insofar as matters relating to independence are concerned. I know that Aristotle said that Plato is my friend, but truth is a greater friend. But times have changed. Any connection, even remote, might give a scope for somebody to raise this ground of lack of independence on part of the arbitrator. We have the IBA conflict rules which give a guidance as to what disclosures have to be made by the arbitrators and what disclosures need not be made, because you have the red list, you have the orange list. There are certain things which have to be disclosed. So disclosure has to be made without fail. And when it comes to friends, can you say that if you meet a person and have a lunch or a tea when you attend a conference to be a friend, and whether that would be a problem to decide a dispute in which is the counsel? I don't think that it is. I know of a few European countries which say that if you call somebody for lunch to your house, then you might be disabled from doing arbitrations in which is the counsel. But I don't think that's the case. It need not be a standard that you just meet some acquaintance and then you say that, oh, I have to disclose. Then I might have to disclose about the names of about 50, 100 people who are sitting in this room whom I may meet the next 3-4 days. So apart from this, the relationship that you have with the parties, having appeared for them earlier, or whether you have any financial or pecuniary interest in a company, etc., these are things which you have to disclose. I mentioned about independence because if you are an independent person having no interest in the subject matter of the dispute, you start off without any predispositions or premonitions about the dispute, which means that the second aspect of impartiality comes in. Impartiality is also a given insofar as a judge is concerned or as an arbitrator is concerned. There's no way that a person can say that I can be partial. It was the case before 2004 in the United States of America, where a party-nominated arbitrator can was the case of the party. You have the presiding arbitrator who is called the neutral, and unless it is agreed between the parties, a party-nominated arbitrator can speak for the party. 2004, the American Arbitration Association made a uniform rule saying that it can't be that the neutral is the only person who's impartial. Even the other arbitrators who are nominated by the parties also should be. This is an aspect of integrity, is it not? I'm facing this problem sitting as a presiding arbitrator in India. I have 2 other arbitrators, essentially retired judges, or even accomplished lawyers, and I find it difficult drawing a balance between both of them, because sometimes people do it in a polished manner and people do it bluntly. They keep trying to promote the cases of the parties who have nominated them. So this is an aspect of integrity. I'm not talking about monetary corruption here. I'm not even going into it. Nowadays, we frequently see news about corruption in arbitrations, arbitrators asked to resign, challenge to arbitrators on the ground of their being correct. I'm not even talking about that because that is something which definitely should not be done. I'm talking about the other shades of integrity which has to be maintained by arbitrators. When I spoke about predisposition, I'm reminded about a case in 1938, a maritime dispute between a party in Italy and another party coming from Norway. The arbitrator made a comment saying that I believe all Italians are liars. And he also said Portuguese are on the same boat. So I don't want to believe the Portuguese as well. But he says Norwegians are good people. So I'll believe the witnesses who are appearing for the Norwegian party. And this became an issue, and the arbitrator was removed. Even this is an aspect of integrity. Being predisposed towards a person would show that the person is not impartial, which is a basic trait, as I said. What else do the arbitrators do insofar as aspects of integrity are concerned? Arbitrators should suppress this temptation of not losing matters. When somebody comes to you, human mind is such that you can justify what you're doing. So when somebody comes to you and then says that, can you be my arbitrator in spite of some appointments which you have accepted? This is the third appointment that I'm proposing insofar as you're concerned. And I say, look, let me check up whether I fall under the orange list, let me disclose. Then the party might say, it's all right, you need not disclose because the other people do the same thing. So you try to find a justification saying that it's all right, I'm not going to disclose. And then repeat appointments is not only for the purpose of making more money. There are other facets to it, like you have accomplishment. You want to be recognized by people, your own peers. This is something which compels you to do more and more arbitrations. The repeat appointments would have a subconscious pressure that is put on an individual whether he is going to be impartial when the arbitration is being decided. This temptation has to be suppressed. There's a point that was made by Edwin about judges being arbitrators. Do judges make bad arbitrators? I don't think so. By the very nature of training, judges are well versed with adjudication of disputes. So they become a natural choice. I come from a country where almost all the arbitrators are either retired judges from the Supreme Court or the High Courts. Parties think only of retired judges as arbitrators to start with. Law firms also only think of the retired judges because they believe that they are independent and would be impartial. But this comes with a caveat. Would judges automatically become very good arbitrators? I don't believe in that as well. There are a few intelligent judges who learn the ropes on the trade as they go along with matters. Their adaptability is very good. And as they do matters, they learn as to how they should change themselves. After my retirement, somebody came and asked me, what is the difference that you find between being a judge and being an arbitrator? So I told him that every day morning I tell myself when the arbitration starts, I'm no more a judge, and I'm an arbitrator. Judges who are acting as arbitrators after retirement should realize that they do not have any more inherent powers. They're creatures of the contract, and they conduct arbitrations within the contours of the contract. I have retired chief justices with whom I'm sitting in arbitrations in India, and they haven't changed much. The arbitration is run like a case in a court where things are entirely different. Most of you must have the experience of litigation as well as arbitration, and you know how a court functions, where especially in the constitutional courts, it's more interventionist, where the judge keeps asking questions and the lawyers give answers, and even at the stage of cross-examination also, the interference of a judge is much more than what is done in arbitrations. Thereafter, efficiency is one aspect which also touches upon integrity of arbitrations. Assuming I'm not efficient, it's better that I don't accept too many matters. How many are too many depends upon an individual. In India, the problem that is faced by arbitrators, which touches upon integrity of an individual, is this. There are a number of arbitrators who have been retired judges who are not really efficient in conducting their arbitrations. There are others who are very efficient, but the diaries are full. There's no date that can be given by them for the next 3-4 months. Again, this is something which has to be resisted by the judges themselves. Focusing attention on a matter is also a matter of integrity. There was a recent case from the Hong Kong court where an award by an arbitrator in an arbitration conducted by the Chengdu Arbitration Center was set aside on the ground that the arbitrator, during the conduct of arbitration, was traveling in a train, traveling in a car, and was speaking to others. So the award was set aside on the ground that it is contrary to public policy because the arbitrator was not paying attention to the case. So efficiency also comes in insofar as you're conducting the arbitration without any bias and conducting the arbitration impartially and also paying attention to the arbitration that is taking place. Do judges need training in arbitration? The answer would be yes. Because arbitration is a completely different area and award writing is definitely not connected to judgment writing. You learn writing awards by training. As I said, some people learn on the trade itself. But it would be always better that judges are also trained. I'm told that AFSA conducts workshops for counsel here. I'm also told that there are training programs that are conducted by the Singapore International Arbitration Center as well as the ICC, even for arbitrators, apart from the Chartered Institute that is available. There's nothing wrong in judges learning. So this is a process which all of us should go through if we are judges. Appointments of judges. In India, as I told you, all the appointments are of judges. For the past 1.5 years after my retirement, I've been saying that why only judges should be appointed as arbitrators, why not legal professionals and also persons who are specialized in their branches of law, if they can do it. Things have really not changed, but they are changing because the appointments in India mostly are made by courts because parties do not even accept that a particular arbitrator can be appointed. When the matter goes to court, it's only judges that are appointed. Now things are changing and other people are being appointed. I think the situation in Africa appears to be the same where judges are appointed. And I'm sure that counsel also should be appointed along with judges. That would definitely bring about a refreshing change. The other aspect which I thought I would speak about is promoting institutional arbitration. I come from a country where more than 90% of the cases are ad hoc arbitrations. The problem is that institutions in India have not been able to grow, and for the past 75 years, most of the arbitration clauses in contracts between even public sector undertakings and parties coming from beyond the borders would be an ICC clause. And even persons who have disputes in India, they would prefer to go to Singapore or to London to get their disputes settled because of the peculiar problems that we have in the country where courts are not seen to be very friendly towards arbitration. And any arbitration award that is passed by a seat outside India is considered to be a foreign award and it comes only for enforcement. So the question of challenge to that award doesn't arise. People find it more easier to do that, if at all they can they do have the facility to do that. I'm speaking about this because India realized the need for institutionalization. There was a committee that was there in 2015 which said that to avoid any allegations made against arbitrators and to also ensure that the arbitrations are conducted in a very efficient manner, institutions have to be promoted. We have institutions which have come up in India, but the consumer of arbitration doesn't have confidence in the institutions. It will take some time, but I see that once an institution takes charge of an arbitration, things are much better. Arbitration is conducted in a very efficient manner. I've been hearing about AFSA, and I've also been talking to people about AFSA. Yesterday I was told that about 140 awards have been passed and not even one challenge has been made. That itself speaks very well about AFSA. But I'm also told that in this country you have ad hoc arbitrations, and a large number of ad hoc arbitrations at that. There is a need that we promote institutional arbitration in this country also and ensure that arbitration as a method of resolving disputes, especially cross-border disputes, would be taken up by people, and that would be done only when they have confidence. I just want to end this by referring to a very old adage which says that if you lose money, you lose nothing. If you lose health, you lose something. If you lose character, you lose everything. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Peter Ashford is, of course, so famous internationally that he doesn't even need to be featured in any of the programs, which is slightly embarrassing. It was embarrassing for me because when he discovered he didn't appear in the program, he insisted that I took him out yesterday and bought him an extremely expensive bottle of wine. But I assured him that those responsible for the program will be so apologetic that they will deliver not only a written apology to him, but a case. It's Ruston Vreda, Merlot, 2017, please, and he would appreciate a case before he goes home. He is an amazing man. He's giving an enormous amount of time to AFSA. I'd like to say, like Justice Rao, these men have come at their own expense a very long way in order to share time with you. Peter was the inspirational head of one of the most remarkable arbitration firms internationally, and certainly in London, Fox Williams. He's now on his own as a consultant and free for all. And certainly AFSA is going to be using him greatly, and it's a great honor to be able to introduce him to you. Peter.
Thank you, Edwin. That was overly generous and undeserved, but thank you all the same. And it's a privilege and an honor to be here this afternoon, to be invited to address you on the subject of integrity in arbitration, and specifically about the role of the law firm or counsel in that. Evidence, be it through documents, witness testimony, experts' reports, is the foundation upon which a sound arbitral award is built. Ethical violations in the collection and adducing of evidence undermine the credibility and integrity of the arbitral process. Globally, there are fundamental differences in how attorneys, arbitrators, and parties actually collect and approach the system of evidence and what their expectations are. These differences are grounded in different domestic legal systems of rules of court, regulation, legislation, legal education, cultural differences, and a myriad of other things. But they apply in a domestic setting, which may or may not be readily transferable into the realms of international arbitration.
The key challenge, therefore, in the ethical role in international arbitration is not the lack of regulation. Rather, it is the variance in the various regulations amongst national, ethical, and procedural rules, and the lack of clarity regarding their application and enforceability in arbitration, the lack of consensus as to the desirability or necessity of applying other international rules, standards, and guidelines. Some counsel will be subject to more than one set of ethical rules. If they're admitted in more than one jurisdiction, they may be subject to quite different rules. Equally, under some domestic regulations, international regulations, you will also be subject to the ethical rules at the seat of arbitration. Now, that may make no difference if the seat is in your domestic country, but it may make a huge difference if you're practicing on the international stage. In the interest of time, I'm going to focus on one aspect of evidence, that is witness testimony. But what I say is in large part also applicable to expert testimony and to a degree to document production. To the untrained eye, the taking of evidence in international arbitration may appear to be the Wild West. There certainly are quite a few cowboys. It's a field of practice where there are no discernible mandatory rules, leaving to one side institutional rules, which Patrick's going to touch on later. But experienced international arbitration counsel know otherwise. There are certainly practices which have been developed which do apply and are well known. Ragesh has mentioned the IBA guidelines on conflicts. Obviously, there's the IBA rules on the taking of evidence, but there's also their lesser-known cousin, the IBA guidelines on party representation. And they benefit from a good reading, because they are the starting point of many good things. They're certainly not perfect, as the IBA rules and the IBA conflicts are not perfect either. But let me illustrate that by looking at 6 aspects of witness testimony. Firstly, speaking with and preparing a witness statement. In common law countries, this is permitted as a matter of course. In America, there are some issues about approaching witnesses employed by your opponent. But in civil jurisdictions, some civil jurisdictions, no contact is permitted at all. The IBA guidelines on party representation, Article 20, permit, quotes, assistance, close quotes, whatever that may be. The IBA rules on the taking of evidence, Article 4.3, say that it's not improper to interview and discuss testimony. But what is proper is left unsaid. My golden thread is, if you're concerned about these things, raise it with the tribunal and explain the problem. In a case in the Ontario Court of Appeal in Canada, there was a first instance decision that said that counsel's interaction with an expert had been wrongful. The Court of Appeal overturned that and said, to the contrary, counsel's interaction with an expert in drafting the expert report ensures compliance with the rules of evidence, ensures that it addresses only the relevant issues, and is responsible to the legal issues, and is accessible and comprehensible to its audience. Secondly, the coaching of witnesses in advance of testimony. An American lawyer would consider himself negligent if he didn't properly prepare the witness. In England, at least, the familiarization with the process of giving evidence is permissible, but certainly not coaching. And the IBA guidelines, Article 24, talk of discussing and preparing prospective testimony. And again, it's not entirely clear what that is. So in light of those sorts of differences, I have certainly, in cases where I'm against a US opponent, knowing that their ethical rules permit them to do a lot more, sought assistance from the tribunal and said, look, I need a level playing field here. What I can do, they must do, but I can't do what they can do. So we got an order that witness statements and preparation would be done in accordance with the least favoured, if you like, nations. It was, in that case, England. Thirdly, there is the presentation of false or misleading evidence, which I think we can all agree would be a bad thing, and that's covered in IBA Guideline 23. There's a marvellous American decision from the 19th century which talks about evidence being, quotes, extracting the facts from the witness, not pouring them into him, to learn what the witness does know, not to teach him what he does not know. Also be careful of the legal context in which you are taking a statement. There's a lovely film called Anatomy of a Murder, and in that case, the husband was accused of killing his wife's rapist. He was found with, quite literally, the smoking gun. And the lawyer saw him and said, "It doesn't look good. This looks like you've murdered the rapist." But he proceeded then to say, there are certain defences to murder. There is temporary insanity. There is self-defense. And he went through the whole list. And he left the client for a while, went out, came back in, and the client said, "Yes, I think it's that temporary insanity bit that probably got me." So just be careful of the legal context in which you're asking that question. Fifthly, there's what we call, at least, the rule in Brown and Dunn, and that is a rule that if you're going to suggest to the tribunal that a witness should not be believed, you have to put the case to the witness so that they have an opportunity to deal with it. Again, practices vary quite widely on that, and again, you may need to seek assistance from the tribunal. In the IBA rules on taking evidence in Article 4.8, it says if you don't call or insist that the other side call a witness, none of the parties shall be deemed to have agreed to the correctness of the content of that witness's witness statement. And it's from that that there comes, well, if you don't have to call them to challenge them at all, then you don't have to put the case to them, by extension of logic. There's been a few cases in England about that. I'll gloss over it, but essentially we say that you don't need necessarily to put the case in that way, because if they've had sufficient opportunity during the course of the case, through memorials and witness statements and whatever, to answer the point. Sixthly, payments to witnesses. Again, Guideline 25 says it's generally accepted to pay proper expenses, to compensate for a reasonable amount of time at a reasonable hourly rate. But clearly there is a line that can and sometimes is crossed. And that is bad. So those are the 6 quick points I wanted to make about witness testimony. If I have time, I have just very quickly, just a bit of crystal ball gazing as to what might happen with witness testimony going forward. And 2 things happened about 3 or 4 years ago. The first was an ICC report on the reliability of witness memory. And it's an excellent report, deserves full reading, but the very essence of it is the more times you access a memory, the more susceptible the memory is to be changed. So if you're interviewing a witness 10 times, you might get a different answer coming out. So, and allied to that is in England, in the business courts, they've changed their way they've done witness statements. They've gone away from what were very long, prolix recitation of documents, lots of irrelevant material, telling the story and those sorts of things. And it's now restricted to what the witness could properly say as evidence in chief if there was no witness statement. And I think both of those things might influence the practice of international arbitration going forward. But thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions later. Thank you.
You'll all be pleased to know that Peter volunteered, in the usual military sense of that term, to come back and work on us with the next workshops for arbitrators, and he's going to be hugely welcome to do so. It'll now be oversubscribed. It would be quite absurd for me to stand here and introduce Patrick Lane to you. Let me just say this. I don't think there is any member of my chambers who I'm more proud to count as a colleague. He is a truly amazing man. He's done for ABSA probably more than anybody else. He, with Jonathan Ridley Evans and others, have done a magnificent job of the rules. Without those rules, we couldn't function. They're there to serve the integrity of the process. it is a big tribute to them that they're stolen all the time by those who think they can do it on their own without our help. But we put up with that with the good humour that we can muster. Patrick, tell us about the rules and the way they work, please.
Good afternoon. It is not quite, yes, it is indeed good afternoon. I'll try and keep it as short as I can. I'm just going to move this out of my line of sight. Yes, when we passed the Act, the International Act, we set about developing a cutting edge of rules for the administration of arbitration in South Africa by AFSA. One of the things that I think is probably prominent in all of our minds in terms of the administration of the rules themselves is the success or failure of an appointing authority is the quality of the awards by an independent panel of arbitrators. And integral to this is the party representatives conduct themselves, and they conduct themselves appropriately. I think yesterday afternoon you had the introduction to the concept of enforceability of arbitration, and reference was made to the English judgment involved in Nigerian arbitration. We, of course, have, and Edwin has mentioned, that the rules are administrated rules, and there is a practice which has been noticed that where people are adopting those rules as ad hoc rules. There we go. Thank you. The problem with that is that then we lose control altogether of the rules, and we have two functional elements which I'll talk about as far as the rules are concerned. We have the arbitral panel itself, which can control the conduct of the proceedings, and the court, which sits as the final, of course, when it comes to the arbitrators and the conduct of the arbitration by the arbitrators. Now, most, and if one can look at, for example, at the LCIA rules, one sees that the problem is addressed as to the conduct of the arbitrators. But of course, and I say this upfront because at the end I'm going to ask some questions which I hope to get some answers from you, and that is finding the necessary balance between interference and the proper administration and freedom to give effect to the consensual elements of arbitration. Article 26 of the rules provides the redress against the behavior of an arbitrators, representatives in an arbitration. It begs the question, who are the representatives, because it contains a deeming provision when it refers you to the guidelines 2, which are next to the rules. Who are the party's representatives? Does that include attorneys and advocates? Advocates appointed by attorneys, are they the representatives who are bound by the guidelines? The answer, I think, is yes, but the rules, the guidelines do not define who the party representatives are. The general guidelines, which are set out in Annexure 2, are intended to promote the good and equal conduct of the party's representatives. But it is expressly stated they do not derogate from the arbitration agreement or undermine the primary duty of loyalty to the parties represented in the arbitration, or the obligation to present that party's case effectively to the arbitral tribunal. Again, the guidelines are specific insofar as they do not derogate from any mandatory provisions of any laws, rules of law, professional rules, or codes of conduct. But then again, they must be shown to apply. The test which the guidelines set out in Article 2 of the guidelines is an objective test. And it stated as a positive that a party representative should not engage in activities that are intended to or would reasonably be construed by a fair-minded observer to obstruct unfairly the arbitration or to jeopardize the finality of the award. And again, I come back to what was said yesterday about enforceability and the New York Convention. And examples are given, for example, the repeated challenges to an arbitrator's appointment, which disrupts the arbitration tribunal. Challenges to the jurisdictional authority, known to be unfounded. It makes specific reference to the fact that a party representative should not knowingly make any false statement to the arbitral tribunal. A party representative should not procure or assist in the preparation of or rely upon any false evidence. A party representative should not knowingly conceal or assist in the concealment of documents. How does that then pan itself out in practice? A party representative can be challenged by the tribunal or by one of the parties. And it then comes to the question which ultimately I'm going to ask you for your opinions. What the actual guidelines, as far as AFSA is concerned, simply provide that the tribunal may impose a sanction. It doesn't give you examples as to what that sanction might be or how they would impose it. It provides in subsection 5 of the rules that in the event of a complaint by one party against another party's representative or upon the arbitrator's tribunal's own initiative, the arbitral tribunal may decide, after consulting the parties and granting that party's representative a reasonable opportunity to answer the complaint, whether or not the party representative has violated the general guidelines. If such violation is found by the arbitral tribunal, the arbitral tribunal may order any measure it deems necessary. Therein lies the rub, and therein lies the question. There is no further guidance provided by the rules. What one finds in comparative rules, for example, if we were to look at the LCIA rules, is they provide some guidance, but equally what they leave an open-ended question. They provide for a written reprimand, a written caution as to future conduct in the arbitration, and then they conclude by saying, this is Article 14, any other measure necessary to fulfill within the arbitration the general duties required of the arbitral tribunal under Article 14.1. Again, you are left with this wide open question of the powers of the tribunal and how do you exercise those powers to ensure a fair and equitable process. The mechanism I've dealt with, and I'm going to skip over that because one sees that it may be initiated by the tribunal or by one of the parties. I'll turn very briefly to control by the court of the tribunal itself, and that is dealt with in Article 13 of the rules. There's a time limit placed upon it, challenged within 15 days from the date a party becomes aware of circumstances giving rise to justifiable doubts as to the impartiality or independence, or if the arbitrator does not possess qualifications expressly agreed by the parties. A party may challenge the arbitrator nominated. Article 13.3 provides for the mechanism if the arbitrator does not withdraw from the office or the other party agrees to challenge. But then that now goes to the court, the AFSA court, and the AFSA court determines the challenge. Now, Article 13.7 is the empowering provision as far as the court is concerned. It may, of its own initiative, and in its discretion remove an arbitrator who refuses or fails to act or to perform his or her functions in accordance with the rules, or if the arbitrator becomes de jure or de facto unable to perform his or her functions for other reasons, fails to act without undue delay. There are two mechanisms which occur as a result of that removal of an arbitrator. They can replace the arbitrator, but they also have a discretion to direct that the proceedings resume with the replacement arbitrator from where they left off, or indeed that the arbitrator will continue to decide the matter without the arbitrator who has been removed from office or who has become unable to act due to death, resignation, removal, or, as I say, removal. That briefly, but I'd obviously draw your attention to the actual rules themselves, is where the AFSA rules seeks to administer, importantly, the two functions which ensure a fair hearing to the parties. And I put the question to you and to the panelists. How do we see an arbitrator or the courts function in this regard? Objectively construed, what are the measures that are open to the court or to the tribunal to control its proceedings? Thank you.
He may be too short comfortably to reach the microphone, but that man's stature as an international arbitrator is Herculean. There is nobody at AFSA who is treated with more affectionate admiration. Many of you will know how seriously ill Patrick has been recently. That caused more worry and more unhappiness than anything that has happened to us. It is a real joy for us to have him back with us. I say again, there is no one in this institution regarded with more affectionate admiration. Thank you, Patrick. The success of AFSA Awards, the fact that none of our awards since she arrived on the scene, well, none at all, but certainly none since she arrived on the scene has had any kind of challenge, is almost wholly due to the quite remarkable work that is done by Svetlana Vadliseva. She is truly extraordinary, double qualified in 2 jurisdictions, completely familiar, working in her third language, doesn't cause any problems to her at all. Not only is she far and away the most highly qualified person we have at AFSA, she's certainly better qualified than me. She's an inspiration to us all, unbelievably hardworking. She doesn't want to talk, but I wanted you at least to have 5 minutes of her time to see why it is that those who do come to our institutional arbitrations find the kindness and the care with which she treats them worth every single penny that AFSA has ever paid. Come and talk to us.
Thank you very much for the kind words, Edwin. I just will be very brief. I'm pleased to be here. And from my end, as we move forward, let's remember that ethical challenges will arise, and they inevitably do. But when they do, I'm here to help you. Stick to the ethical road to the best of my ability. If you're facing the ethical challenges, my door is always open. And my role is not only to handle the international administration of your arbitration, but also to provide guidance and support when it's needed. Thank you.
There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry it hasn't got time for questions. Of course, if anybody has something burning that they want to throw at us, please do. But I promised I'd finish on time. I know the way Michael can stare at you. He's sitting just there. It's quite terrifying for those of us who work with him. I do not particularly want to get on the wrong side of him, and I don't want to keep you from your lunch. But I do hope that you will understand now why I am so enormously proud for somebody as ordinary as me to have 4 such amazingly distinguished people to share their experience with you. And I'd like to thank them from the bottom of my heart.
Court and is on AFS International panel is welcome for photo.